The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Subject to any matters that anybody else needs to raise, I can tell you that present in the witness box or area is Navy Captain Moses Rodino, CSCADC, who is the Commanding Officer of the Naval Base HMAS Coonawarra. As such, he is both the Senior ADF Officer, or SADFO, of the Larrakia Defence Precinct and the Senior Naval Officer for Northern Australia, or SNONA, or SNONA. You're familiar already with the broad outline of those positions and structures. I would ask that Captain Rodino be sworn or affirmed.
Captain Moses Rodino, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Captain, could you tell the Commission your full name, rank and current posting?
Indeed. Moses Rodino is my full name. Commanding Officer HMAS Coonawarra, SADFO Larrakia Defence Precinct and Defence Establishment Berrima, and Senior Naval Officer Northern Australia.
I'll ask the operator to bring up on the screen the tender list for this session. I'll come to the formalities of the statement in a moment, but subject to the corrections and clarifications of the statement that will be forthcoming in a moment, I anticipate I tender the material on the tender list.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singleton. So on that basis, they'll be accepted and as exhibits and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers.
And I'll ask the operator now to bring up the document DEF 999 0033 0023. I'm sorry, I've obviously read out the wrong document. We will come to that document. Yes, that's the one. Not sure what I read out, but that's is that the first page or an image of the first page of your statement?
It is, Counsel.
And subject to clarifications or corrections to paragraphs 148 and 165, is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes, Counsel.
Coming to those clarifications, I'll just ask the operator to bring up page 0062. On that page, Captain, paragraph 148 appears. There's a clarification or a correction you want to make to that paragraph, I understand?
Yes. In answering that question, I interpreted the question in a literal way to mean any use of substances in Coonawarra, and it stands correct with that interpretation.
All right, thank you. The other clarification is in respect of paragraph 165, which is on page 0067. Have you prepared a written document that gives the clarification you consider necessary?
Yes, I have.
You have a copy with it?
I do.
You've seen a copy provided to the learned associate sitting there. Commissioners, I tender that piece of paper and the associate and I will organise its proper processing in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They're accepted. It's accepted, obviously.
All right. Well, I'll now ask the operator to bring up the annexure to Captain Moses' statement, which is DEF 999 0033 0001. It's the colourful chart that, I think it'll be the colourful chart that appeared momentarily before. While that's coming up, is the chart that's annexed, this one that's now on screen, a chart that seeks to summarise the administrative and command arrangements for some of the ADF units in the top end?
It is. Please.
Yeah, we'll attempt to just get through a few clarifications. Just the main heading at the refers to the Defence Establishment Berrima. Should the acronym be DEP? rather than LDP?
Absolutely, that is an error, yes.
Right, no,
Thank you.
Just correlates with what is at the bottom. Do the small blue rectangles, which are nearly squares but not quite, represent Navy units?
Yes,
The green ones are Army units. Purple ones are joint operation units.
joint units.
So far, am I right?
Yes.
Go out on a limb here. The yellow ones, are they Defence Department and contractors? Or just
Not necessarily contractors, but there is one contractor listed there, but they're non-uniform inputs to capability in the bases. Yeah.
And I'll avoid a diplomatic incident. You tell me, what is the red box inside a yellow square?
Marine Rotational Force, Darwin.
And whose Marines are they?
United States Marines.
You have command, do you not, of the personnel who are actually posted to HMAS Coonawarra?
Correct.
And that's indicated by the red or the magenta rectangle on the right-hand side of the diagram. Is that right?
Yes.
There's a little 142 there. Is that an indication of the number of personnel?
The number of positions.
Right. And how many personnel do you actually have at the moment?
We're about 124 at the moment.
And does that mean that there are positions vacant, not that you've been downgraded or reduced since this diagram?
No, that's correct. And there's movement of people posting in and out, so that number varies over the course of the year.
Alongside, and perhaps notionally surrounding that magenta rectangle, is a pale blue area, which is marked HMAS Coonawarra resident units. You have admin authority over those resident units?
That's
correct. What is the nature and extent of the administrative authority involved?
So each of those units belongs to a separate command chain. However, my responsibility to all of the members of those units is for their welfare, morale and discipline, so as it is for my own command. However, I don't direct their functional operations.
I may have misheard this. Did you say you have responsibility for the discipline of the people in those units?
Yes, so they fall into my patch. If there's a matter that needs to be addressed with respect to any of the members, then it would come to me.
So part of the one of the units is the ACPB. That's the Armidale class patrol boats, is it?
Right.
Do you have disciplinary authority over them?
No, so they're not in the fuchsia colour for that reason. So it's only the units, and you'll notice also the 36 Water Transport Company, the green unit. I don't have responsibility for either of those.
So I was coming to a question about what the fuchsia letters mean, and I will come to it. But is it the fuchsia that denotes that you have administrative responsibility, or is it the presence of the box in the blue shaded area that denotes that you have administrative responsibility?
It's the fuchsia. The attempt of co-locating them in that box is to represent the geographical reality that they operate around what used to be the traditional understanding of where Coonawarra was, which is at the waterfront. And so they're resident units of Coonawarra. However, fuchsia denotes where I have admin responsibility.
Right, I see. Do you provide, in effect, accommodation for 36 WTT and some patrol boat personnel and machinery?
Yes.
But not administrative control, or not administrative responsibility? That's
correct. So each patrol boat has its own command.
Yeah. Thank you for that. The headquarters of the patrol boat group is resident, according to this diagram, in the Larrakia Defence Precinct, and is represented near the centre of the diagram as HQPBGRP, is that right?
That's correct.
That's fuchsia. Does that mean you've got some administrative authority over the headquarters of the patrol group?
I do provide administrative input for patrol boat, HQ patrol boat group. However, there's also a captain at the head of that unit, and that captain exercises their engagement as well. So we work very closely together to ensure that the outcomes are supported. So I will engage as needed.
For that particular unit, who has the disciplinary authority?
Captain patrol boats will engage in that respect, and we work together to support each other in that way. So I will handle some of the matters that relate to PB Group, the staff in PB Group, not the patrol boat staff. So it's the headquarters personnel, and she will assist me in matters where it's appropriate that I seek external input.
But who actually has the disciplinary authority for those people?
Ultimately, it rests with me. I assume that everything that happens in the precinct is my responsibility, and I engage to make sure that I've handled it directly or a suitable delegate has done so.
And do you have also responsibility for the welfare of all the people covered by the fuchsia lettering?
Yes.
The actual boats, the patrol boats, which sail upon the water, are commanded by lieutenant commanders who report to the captain of the patrol boat group. Is that right?
So the relationship between patrol boat group and the commanding officers of the boats is such that they work together. So the patrol boat group provides a raise, train, sustain function, working with an organisation also indicated in the chart to prepare the crews for joining the boats. Manages also the maintenance and upkeep of the vessels through the ship's program office. So essentially Captain PB is the capability manager representative to ensure all of that work happens.
If a sailor on a patrol boat at sea became ill, would the commander of the boat have responsibility for the welfare of the sailor until the boat returned to dock and the sailor came ashore?
Yes, they would. However, it would depend on the status of the boat as to whether it had been moved into operations. There would be a different command chain for the boat.
The commander of the boat would be responsible,
Correct.
And then there'd be a chain of command, and that chain of command may depend on the duties of the boat at the time.
Correct.
But once the sailor got onto the shore, might that sailor, in some circumstances, come under your administrative authority?
That may well be the case. So it would depend on the circumstances. If they indicated a longer term issue, whatever the circumstances might be, then the member would likely be posted from the boat to the personnel support unit, for example, or another unit ashore where it's appropriate for them to continue work if that was also indicated. And in that case, if those units were part of my administrative remit, then yes, they would then fall under my administrative remit.
Checking the diagram, the personnel support unit's under your administrative authority, but not your command authority?
So their command chain, essentially we belong to the same group, so Shore Force, Commander Shore Force, but their commander is situated in Sydney, so it's away from Darwin, as is the case with some of the other units there.
A sailor posted to the PSU would be under your administrative authority, but under the command authority of somebody else.
That's correct.
And which role, commander or administrator, if I may use that term, has primary responsibility for the health and welfare of the sailor?
It would rest with me on the ground in situ. Yeah.
Now, when you assume command of HMAS Coonawarra, what expectations or written requirements or performance metrics or similar, if any, were provided to you about how to conduct the role of commanding officer?
Well, there's a document which specifies instructions to commanding officers as a starting point. And there's other direction that I received from Commander Shawforce about the particulars relating to the precinct.
So is the first document generic for all or
Yes.
most base commanders, and the second is specific to Coonawarra or to you?
Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes, yeah.
Some poor person has to type all this up.
Right, sorry. Yeah.
That's all right. How is, in practical terms, can you give us an outline of how your leadership is monitored and measured by those with respect above you in the command chain or acting on their behalf?
We have the benefit of direct engagement with my commander, Commander Shawforce, Comshaw, who visits at least once annually, but it's been more than that. Also, Fleet Commander, Deputy Fleet Commander, and indeed Chief of Navy have all visited the precinct, and I spend time with them discussing my concerns, various matters, and I, of course, respond to many questions about a range of matters as well from their point of interest too.
So the commanders that you've mentioned engage with you personally and directly.
Yes.
Are there other measures to monitor the performance of a commander of a base, or in particular you?
There are other KPIs that Comshaw collects for all the bases, which give some sense of progress with respect to various other things. Yeah.
Do you get feedback on how those those KPIs measured in some way and documented?
Yes, we have a fortnightly engagement with Comshaw via Telecom, where a whole range of matters are discussed, including aspects to do with KPIs. Other fora like Shawforce Board, where we talk about, again, a range of matters that cover off on various aspects of KPIs as well.
Do you get feedback from those authorities and assistants that let you know how you're tracking compared with the rest of the Navy with respect to your KPIs?
I'm aware of data that's presented during those fora, which tell me how other places might be tracking, yes.
Is that essentially presented orally or by seminar style, maybe presenting a chart on a screen?
Similar to this, yes.
Now, you've mentioned in your statement a number of means by which you try to engage and keep in contact with the men and women in your command, including an open door approach. Have you encountered any challenges with that approach, given the hierarchical nature of defence?
No, almost the contrary. Well, certainly the older members of the team who have some experience behind them don't have any hesitation in coming to see me, which I value. The younger members, and particularly those new to the team, within the command building necessarily, eventually find a way of engaging with me if they wish. I make myself present, so it's literally an open door. However, I take myself out of that place to them, to be available to them in an informal way, as well as a formal way. Very particular to conduct commanding officers' rounds, for example, which is a formal inspection, a rotational inspection of all the areas in the base. And that is of great value to me, to understand the physical state and also engage with all of the members in their place of work. But I get great value from doing that in an informal way, which I pursue as often as I can. Chief of Navy terms that walking the deck plates. And it is really valuable being present, so people get used to you, and you then get opportunities to get through that initial lack of familiarity, where people might be reluctant to be open, and over a cup of coffee and some chocolate and stuff, people are more open to talking about anything.
Naturally, you would engage with your executive officer more than with others, and there'd be a range for various practical reasons of engagement. But in respect of the rank and file perhaps those who are posted to an obscure corner of the base, how often would those sailors get to see you?
Sure. My executive officer might disagree with you about how often she gets to me, but
I'll withdraw that suggestion, but let's go to the rank and file.
I'm careful to give her all the time she needs. But so fortnightly, I visit the fleet logistics support element, the fleet support unit, and also the port services organisation down at the waterfront. And I spend some time with the OIC talking about their concerns and trying to understand how to better support them to achieve their outcomes. And then I spend time on the floor walking around the place and speaking with the juniors. And it's evident when I do that who's new. New faces crop up. And that's an opportunity to give them my welcome direct, as I otherwise wouldn't be able to do, which I can do for those units that exist within my command building.
The open door policy that you have is in practice arranged through a secretary because you've got a busy diary, but is it open to every sailor on the base to make an appointment to come and see you personally?
I reinforce that, yes.
Has that undermined discipline or the position of the commanders beneath you?
I don't believe so. I don't have that sense. There has not been a flood of juniors coming to see me in that way. I get approached when I'm out and about. I encourage, it isn't just about reporting concern, it's about just communicating. My invitation to all who come to the base is I want to leverage off your fresh eyes. Tell me what you see and what's working well and we should protect, and what might be improved. Equally interested to hear that.
So not just complaints, but complaints if a sailor wants to raise a complaint, they can come directly to you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but your experience is that does not disrupt is a better word. That does not disrupt or undermine the chain of command or the proper functioning of the Navy.
That's not been my sense, but I do have a.
So it hasn't been your sense.
Yeah, I agree with you that it. Yes, I do have a directive, however, which provides people with direction on how to. So reinforcing with respect to unacceptable behaviour. What the standards should be, and what the mechanisms are by which to progress any concern they might have. I'm not their first point of contact, but I remain available to anyone who wishes to approach. I have, indeed, I interview every officer who joins the base. I find that a really important opportunity to set the tone as to what my expectations are about acceptable behaviour, and that isn't a negative thing. Clearly dignity and respect is what we should all assume and expect. But beyond that, I try to encourage them to build, bring their inspiration and infect the place with enthusiasm and new ideas. So that's an important opportunity.
Just to clarify the first bit of that answer, correct me if I'm wrong, but sailors are in effect encouraged to deal with their more local commander, but it's not a rule that they must have gone there before they come to you?
Correct. And in that document, there's a whole range of other sources that they may approach, ranging from medical, police, joint military police, etc., a whole range of possibilities.
Yes. How do you hold your commanders, by which I mean the ones who report to you, accountable for upholding the values of dignity and respect that you just mentioned?
So in the first instance, if I'm aware of that not being the case, then it's addressed very directly, and there is a process for that. If there is unacceptable behaviour, it's dealt with in accordance with. There is no quarter for that. But from the positive side, we have lots of opportunity for engagement. I mentioned my fortnightly visits to those specific areas, but we also have fortnightly heads of departments meeting where all of those heads gather, and that is an opportunity. That isn't just about operational matters. It's about reinforcing my expectations of them. And we talk about good examples and challenges. So, for example, great work done by one of the heads of department in assisting a member who was undergoing some significant difficulties with an injury. The work that head of department did stood to me as an exemplar, and I wanted that to be shared with the group.
Now, you conduct interviews with all officers who are posted into Coonawarra. Are those interviews recorded, not necessarily tape recorded, noted? Is there a record of what you say to them?
So I use a standard form that I have developed some time ago and improved, I hope, which just, it's about understanding who they are first, giving them an opportunity to talk. I had the experience as a junior officer where upon joining an establishment, my introductory meeting with the commanding officer, I basically sat there for 45 minutes and listened, which didn't help me a great deal. So my intent in that engagement is to ask them questions about who they are, what interests them, what challenges they might have, and discuss their strengths and weaknesses, and give them a sense of what the ethos is in the place.
Is this an occasion on which you also impart to them your priorities and expectations for their performance?
In general terms, yes, not in specific terms. That's a matter for their immediate supervisor to discuss with them, where they build their goals for their period of reporting. But in general terms, yes, it is that we treat each other with dignity and respect. And there's a whole lot in that isn't just a statement. It needs to be linked to Navy our defence values and behaviours, and what it means to deliver on that every day.
Are there matters specific to Coonawarra which you want your commanders to focus on?
Yes, it is an environment that is experiencing significant change, physically and organisationally. It is becoming a different place. Traditionally, Coonawarra has been a small patrol boat base, and we've begun work to transform it. Anyone who sails past Coonawarra can't miss seeing the very large wharf that's being constructed just outside the basin. Now, with that significant redevelopment comes challenge with what happens ashore. So there are more people being posted. We're developing the capability ashore to enable the capability that uses the place to do its work at sea. That means that there are pressures on resourcing. So what I discuss with my heads of departments is about how they're experiencing that and how they're dealing with it, because it can very easily become a competition, whereas it can become a collaboration, and that I see more and more. So, for example, crew support and readying group, which is the key mechanism by which we prepare sailors to join the boats. It's a new model, newish, about a year or so. Traditionally, we would post a member to a boat. They would need to conduct a fair bit of preparation with respect to their training to be able to engage and be prepared to do the work on the boat. The system now is that, and we borrowed this from Army, no problem saying that. I'm not sure they use this now, based on Plan Bathsheba. So there are 3 groups within the CSRG, readying, ready and reset. So people are posted into the readying group for a period of time, depending on who they are and what development they need, what courses they might need. And when they're ready, they then move into the ready group and are posted to a boat. So that organisation is very focused on providing ready sailors for the boats. The local career management agency is the mechanism by which those moves happen.
I wonder if I could just go to a different question. Did you receive a handover or a briefing from your predecessor as commanding officer about the time you joined Coonawarra?
I received the handover from my executive, yeah.
From your
My
executive?
executive, yeah.
Meaning your executive officer?
Yes.
Who's your second in command? I take it she is the same one as now?
Correct.
She was under your predecessor?
Yes.
And did you have any engagement with your predecessor about
Some,
the
yes.
takeover by telephone or some other way?
It personally as well.
Now your command's scheduled to last about 3 years. Is that a typical length of time for a Navy captain to command a base before moving on?
It can be. 2 or 3 years is what we find.
Given the importance of leadership in developing and maintaining a good culture, does the constant moving of commanders around base every 2 or 3 years undermine or affect the ability of commanders to develop and maintain a good culture?
I don't believe so. It's not what I've experienced as a subordinate and now as a commander. It is in some ways an opportunity to go another gear, if you like. So no, I don't think it's an issue.
How is the culture maintained if it's not by a commander who's there for the long haul?
I object to that question because it has within it an assumption that someone for a short term does not get involved or encourage culture.
It doesn't have that assumption at all. The answer might well be you can maintain it on a temporary basis, as it were. Anyway, I press the question.
I'd allow the question. It doesn't necessarily depend on the assumption you put. I would have thought. Thank you.
Captain.
So I can speak of how I've attempted to generate the culture, and I might just finish that, and I apologise for the long answer I was giving to that previous question, but the short outcome of that is that those units are working with the other units to ensure that personnel are available for all of the capability we need ashore. And that is an aspect of culture too. So I take, and so how is culture established and generated and maintained? It relies essentially on the head of the organisation. And it starts with our Chief of Navy, who sets the parameters for us. So NGN, which is aligned with Pathway to Change and so on, says quite deliberately, here is our culture. So you will know from my biography that I had a period of time as a junior sailor, as a reservist. I left the Navy to do other things for 11 years. And when I came back, I found a very different Navy. And that process of change has continued. Not that the previous Navy was all bad, it wasn't. I really enjoyed my time. But I really liked what I was seeing in the new Navy. And in 2009, when NGN was launched, it was great to see those statements that a lot of us, most of us, thought about and cared about, and indeed our values to be articulated. So that's the starting point. What I do with that next really matters. So I talk about what I expect. So my mantra is, as often as possible at those meetings with seniors and juniors, we treat each other with dignity and respect, but the devil's in the detail. What does that mean on the ground? How does that align with defence values? And whether those things remain labels on a poster or whether they're real things we deliver on. They're the conversations that need to happen often. And that's the talking part and the stating part. So the induction document states what I believe as well, but it's what you do about that. It's exemplifying what you say you believe, which is really important.
HMAS Coonawarra has had a total of 10 reports this year of unacceptable behaviour, including sexual assault and bullying and harassment. Do you believe these reports represent the true extent of unacceptable behaviour at Coonawarra, or do they understate it?
I don't have a way of knowing that for sure, but I welcome all reports. Without going into the detail, obviously,
We don't want to know
and we won't do that, of
individual
course.
matters.
But I'm aware that some of those matters were upheld. Some were dealt with at a local level. So what's important is that we clearly welcome reports, make sense of them, so people believe they have a voice and they're being heard and there's action, and that's important.
What do you think are the significant barriers to people being confident to make a report?
Look, I'm aware, having read reports of surveys, that there may still be a sense amongst some folk that that there may not be a desire to act. There may be a reluctance to be overt about problems and so on. I don't think that's the majority view, though. Again, it's something that we reinforce and I welcome.
And I appreciate the difficulty of measuring these things. The question is about something you don't know, in effect. But as best you can, how successful do you feel your efforts have been to overcome such reluctance as exists to report these matters?
I think the fact that they exist, that there are all those reports, is one indication. But again, I don't know what I don't know, and I will continue. All I can do is to continue to reinforce the overt expectation that we deal with. We encourage reporting, and we deal with it in a considered way, and we use our guidelines to effect.
Do you estimate that women are overrepresented as people subjected to abuse, not just in the reports, but in reality?
Again, I'm aware. I have read reports that provide data to that effect. Yeah.
How do you think that issue or that disproportion could be overcome?
It's not my area of expertise, but again, I can only reinforce that the part of my message to people is that we need to be inclusive, and that means in every respect, not just gender, and make people feel valued regardless of whatever diverse aspect they may have.
Could you tell us what and who are the workplace advisors that you've appointed at Coonawarra?
Yeah, we have a network of about 72 in the area. There's about 42 in the precinct across the various resident units.
Is it the Larrakia precinct?
Correct, yeah. So that would be a mixture of Navy, Army, and perhaps even Air Force, although we don't have many Air Force people in the precinct. So these are people who have had some training to be able to be available to any member, anyone, including me, to have a conversation about a matter regarding a concern and how best to engage with that. So it's a source potentially that someone, a junior person or a senior person, might go and see to progress a concern.
So their role is to advise any and all members of the ADF who might want to be advised by them?
Yes.
Not specifically to advise you as a commander?
No.
Have you been able to detect any good or bad results from the program of having these advisors?
Not directly, no.
I'll ask the operator to display a document, DEF.1097.002.027. Have you seen this document before?
I have briefly, yes.
Do you use these kinds of results, or even this specific example, in your work as CEO?
I use it to inform myself. The connection between that and what's happening, the delay between when this was compiled and what might be happening on the ground may not be close, but nonetheless it is informative, as we've discussed. That tells me about, as you mentioned, the disparity in effect on gender, for example, and that sort of thing.
This and a number of other documents give statistics and information about the Navy, and there are some specifically about the Shore Command, ComShore I think it might
Correct.
be called, and no doubt there are other large units. Do you get this kind of data about Coonawarra or Larrakia?
Not specifically, no.
Would it be available to you if you asked for it?
Yes,
Have
I'm
you
sure I could drill down, but I keep my own. So in terms of record keeping, we have very detailed collection of all the matters. Yes.
So you don't ask because you've already got,
Pretty
as
much,
far as
yeah.
you know. I'll ask the operator to go back to the captain's statement, which was DEF quadruple 9 003 0023 at page 0047. At paragraph 70, I might just expand that so you can obviously you can refer to these things as you see fit, Captain. You said that injury prevention is evidence-based. Could you give us an example of that in practice? What do you mean by evidence-based?
Yeah, so we have a reporting system called Sentinel for injuries, for example, and that data is reported to us through ShoreSafe Board, and also the Joint Health Centre has data on injuries and so on. So if there were a prevalence, a change in the usual, then that information would be used to inform a specific analysis to understand what had caused that change and what we might do about that.
Do these data from Sentinel and Joint Health Command get down to the Coonawarra specific level?
Yes, indeed. We have ship safety and environment team meetings fortnightly. Pardon me, not fortnightly. A routine of about every 6 weeks, either earlier or later, depending on the routine. That involves heads of departments, and in that meeting, the Command Safety Advisor presents data on injuries and Sentinel reports as well.
You speak here of open lines of communication with units. Are these units within Coonawarra?
Yes.
And who's at the other end of these lines of communication?
Let me have a look. Yes, so the heads of department, yes.
So it's the units to the heads of department.
So each of the units in that table has a head of department or an officer in charge. They are part of the discussion regarding the data that's presented at the Ship Safety and Environment team, and they will then take that back to their unit. They bring to the forum their experience of workplace health and safety over the period, and they take back data as well. So
correct me if I'm wrong, the way this is working and the line of communication is unit head or departmental heads meet together in a central forum, and then they take the lessons back to their units and perhaps apply them.
correct.
Is that the essence of it?
It is.
Who identifies the trends and how do they do that?
So the Command Safety Advisor would present the data and identify any trends if there were any, and that draws upon also what comes out of the ShoreSafe Board as well. So what's happening broadly, what's happening locally.
I presume among the data that are collected there are categories of injury.
Yes.
Are there categories of causes of injury?
Sentinel breaks things down into various categories, yes.
Are there any other particularly notable types of data that might give us a sense of how this works in practice?
It's a very comprehensive system.
How good do you consider the injury reporting at Coonawarra to be, and how does it compare with your experience and knowledge of the rest of the Navy?
I'm not aware that it's different, and I am aware that through my engagement around the place. So when I go visit the gym and the physical training instructors who run remedial and the physios there doing stuff as well, I'm aware that there are people who are getting remedial support with physical injuries.
Is there any particular way in which, as commanding officer, you're held accountable for injuries and illnesses occurring under your command?
I don't know that there's a direct mechanism for that, other than when we engage at those various levels, ship level. There's also another level within the precinct, and then at the next level up at Shore Force, the data is there. We present what our experience is, and if the data suggests that there is a problem that we're not dealing with, I would expect some fairly direct engagement through the safety advisors within Shore Force, which we have anyway. We seek advice from them when we deal with our own matters. So.
And you would expect that the command structure above you would have the responsibility of detecting any deficiencies in your command in this respect.
Indeed.
And you, I think you've already described how you engage with your higher commanders from time to time. Has injury or rehabilitation ever been a matter that they've raised as a concern specific to Coonawarra that you need to address?
No.
I'll ask the operator to bring up paragraph 72, which is at the bottom of the same page. You use the term "so far as is reasonably practicable," and you assign to it an acronym.
Yes.
Now, this is not the first time we've had an acronym from the ADF. How do we pronounce this acronym?
I say SAFARP.
And is that an acronym in common usage?
It is.
Is its true meaning, is the true meaning of eliminating or minimising SAFARP that the risk will be mitigated to the extent that the ADF finds it reasonable to expend resources in doing so?
Yes, that's part of it.
And accordingly, the true meaning is that the risk will be mitigated to the extent that other objectives don't take priority over it.
Could you state that again, please?
As with respect, you must be right in your interpretation. The risk is really a matter. What is reasonably practicable is a matter of what resources are available, reasonably available, but that's a matter of prioritising between different objectives. And if there's a higher objective, then it in effect becomes not reasonably practical to put the resources into.
Yeah, that is the general principle, yes.
Over the page, paragraph 73, you mention the possibility of escalating the management of a risk up the chain of command. Are such escalations done in writing or recorded in writing?
Yes, that would be the case.
Would one reason that a risk needed to be escalated be that some directive or policy from above has given rise to a risk? I'm not asking whether that's actually happened, but you wouldn't have authority to override a directive or policy from above, I assume, so you would need to escalate it to have the policy addressed or the risk otherwise remedied.
That may be the case. It may also be the case that having analysed the risk, it is outside my delegation, my level to accept it, and I need then to escalate.
That might be another reason. So let me just go to that. Am I right in interpreting what you've just said, that a reason why a risk has to be escalated is you don't have the command or administrative authority to do what's needed? So
to accept that risk.
So somebody else you've got to find, or someone has to find the relevant person who then has to address it. Is that right?
Yes.
But another one, and I'll just make up a hopefully anodyne hypothetical. there may be a policy against painting using red paint, and you think that the way to address a risk is to paint something red, you'd have to escalate because you want to do something contrary to policy. That, at least in theory, is another reason, would it not be, for escalating, or am I wrong about that?
I've not had experience of that. I imagine if I felt I needed to do something that was contrary to policy, I would definitely seek engagement on that.
Another reason for escalation might be that you, at the local level, don't have the resources needed to address the danger.
Yes.
Have you ever had to escalate that kind of situation?
No.
Indeed, have you ever escalated a risk to higher command?
Yes, I have.
And what happened? Were you successful in getting the risk addressed?
Yes, I didn't. It wasn't within my expertise to make a judgment, and so it went to the right area of expertise and was managed appropriately. Yes.
But did you retain control over the risk? Was that more a matter of getting advice, or was the risk actually escalated?
It was escalated. I didn't retain it.
Does Coonawarra, at the base, have a risk register?
Yes, we do.
And are you ultimately responsible for it?
Yes.
Does the Larrakia Defence Precinct have its own risk register?
Yes.
Is one a subset of the other, or are they two independent registers?
Independent, and the Larrakia is managed by the base manager.
Who is under your administrative authority, or
No,
not?
no. We work in collaboration in accordance with the joint framework for base accountabilities.
All right. Well, we better focus on Coonawarra then. Is the risk register for Coonawarra one that includes generic risks that apply across the Navy or even the ADF?
It could, as well as locally identified risks, yes.
Yes. Let's look at those. It does, I take it,
Yes.
include Coonawarra specific risks and dangers. When you say it could include generic ones, does it?
I would need to review it again.
All right. Does Higher Command provide to you and to other commanders if you like, a generic risk register, or at least a draft risk register that attempts to capture risks that are likely to be found across the Navy?
We get advice, of course, from doctrine as well as from our engagement with shore force safety. Yeah.
Does that advice come in the form of a draft risk register that in effect collates into a single place the wisdom of several years and several bases
Yes.
to give you a very big head start? And
Yes.
it comes in the form of a draft risk register from Canberra or somewhere else like that?
From shore force.
But you have it's a draft. You have authority to vary it according to local
yes.
circumstance. Does the Coonawarra risk register include the risk of a death by suicide that occurs after the member has discharged from the ADF?
No.
Do you accept that, as with any base or ship, there is a risk of things occurring on the base that might contribute to a later death by suicide?
Yes.
Do you accept that those risks ought to be mitigated?
Yes.
Has accepting that the risk or the danger might be one of many, is the long-term impact on people who may feel those impacts after they've left the ADF altogether factor into the way you design the risk register? Explicitly, may well be sort of fact subconsciously, but I'm wondering whether it's a specific part of the discussion.
I object to this. I think if this is to assist the Commission, my friend would actually have to identify specific risks so that the witness can comment.
Mr. Singleton?
I'm afraid an urgent matter was drawn to my attention, so I didn't hear Mr. Fordham, and I apologise to him and you. Could that just be repeated?
What Mr. Fordham said was that if your question, if you like, was to assist the Commission, you'd have to identify a specific risk so the witness could comment.
Well, I contend to the contrary for this reason. The question is specifically calculated or premised on the previous answers and questions, which were to the effect that it may not be a specific risk that where the register said, oh, there is a risk of a suicide at a later time. It may be that there are all kinds of risks that, if you will, indirectly lead to that outcome. The question is thinking about suicide a conscious and express part of developing the risk register?
So what you're focusing on is risks that might lead to suicide later after discharge?
Yes, but that's the topic. And the actual question is actually, is this a part of the explicit discussion when you write a risk register, or is it not? And
Mr. Fordham, I think that's clear enough. That's the sort of risk that's being looked at.
There was a general question, and I'd have to go back and look at the transcript, but the question I objected to was not in that form.
I'm happy to withdraw because I also don't remember.
All right.
And if the question is going to be asked that could this be factored into a risk register as a general proposition, a type of risk, in the same way that falls from height without specifying might be something that could be factored in, that may be of assistance to the Commission. But if it goes to the next layer down, there would have to be some specificity.
I would have thought that the specificity of being a risk of future suicide is fairly clear, isn't it?
No, I accept what you're saying, and if the question's asked in that form, I don't object to it.
Okay, thanks.
I'll just try with this.
I'm sure the witness is thoroughly confused now and it needs to be asked a new question.
Certainly I need to ask a new question to overcome my own troubles. Captain, when the risk register is being revised and drafted and improved, are those involved in the process explicitly thinking about and discussing how risks might lead to a suicide and might be mitigated?
Discussion about that takes place. That it might not be a line in the risk register does not preclude that there's effort in that regard and understanding in that regard and action as well. And I speak of all of the ways in which all of the heads of departments and everyone understands the risk of suicide and is prepared to, is better prepared with the training we get to identify and engage and learn of the factors behind that. So, of course, there's potential to consolidate some of that information, but I don't think it indicates an absence of any understanding or attention to it.
Does the risk register for Coonawarra include elements or lines that refer to ill mental health, the risk that whilst in service people may become depressed or anxious or...
Yeah, again, there isn't a specific line for that. But again, discussion around that forum is about attending to that. And specifically that means understanding how each of the various areas are monitoring and responding to the need for disconnection from work and from stress. And that's seen in the way that the various units come back to me with suggestions. So, for example, reducing for the hospitality and catering department, reducing some of the rate of effort, which could be sustained, but at detriment to the need for folk to work not to excess, but heading in that direction. So before we get there, let's understand what we've got and what we can do, so we'll limit some of, and we did that. You know, we reduced at one point service at one of the messes for a period of time until we had the numbers again restored in the team to enable that to happen. So that's one example. Fleet support unit who conducts the docking and undocking of the vessels. very carefully monitors and understands the effect of the work on folk and manages that rhythm accordingly. So there are consistent discussions about that, as well as what we get from Joint Health Command regarding managing mental health.
Risk registers have many a different design and a different philosophy. Is there something about the Navy approach which militates against having a line in the risk register or a set of lines to this effect? The risk is mental ill health, and it may arise from overwork, isolation, abuse, and other factors. Is there some reason why there shouldn't or couldn't be mental ill health as an ultimate risk in the register?
I would take that advice from the joint health experts to provide us with that direction and guidance.
And all right, I'll move on to paragraph 77. Just one quick question on that. It's on the same page. Just what is the first line of defence assurance? Is that a program, a person, a unit, and whatever it is, who actually discharges that function?
That describes the overall system. There are 3 lines essentially. There's the first line is the unit ship level. Second line moves to strategic Navy-wide, and third is beyond that. So I mentioned the Ship Safety and Environment Team. That's an example of part of the effort around first line of defence.
For Coonawarra, who actually, I'm not asking for a name, but perhaps a position or a small unit, who actually discharges the function to give you that assurance?
So I'm the chair of that forum.
Right. All right. Moving on to some rehabilitation issues. For members who are deemed fit for alternative duty, how does the rehabilitation process monitor their self-management to ensure that they're best placed to continue in their new role and prevent re-injury?
So my engagement with that typically is with the individual welfare boards, a really important mechanism. This is an activity which is part of the Navy people wellbeing program, which speaks of various activities, unit welfare boards, individual welfare boards. At the individual welfare board, this is the opportunity to have a positive engagement with the member. And all of the key inputs behind their situation. That will usually involve a rehabilitation consultant who works with the member and is engaged with them with a plan that is reviewed in consultation with the head of department and supervisor and is monitored closely and amended accordingly.
At paragraph 91 of your statement, you describe the pathway of medical discharge as one of the outcomes that can be rated a success. Why do you consider discharge on medical grounds a success? Or alternatively, in what circumstances?
Yes, in reviewing that paragraph, I thought I could have better expressed it. But there's essentially 3 outcomes that might come from an individual welfare board. The one that we do our utmost to achieve is to return the member to unrestricted service. And that involves getting all of the right inputs working in consultation with the member to achieve that. The second option actually is if it's the case that the member can't achieve unrestricted service, then that doesn't mean that there's no longer a place for them in Navy. They may not be able to deploy, but they might well continue to be employable. And so that's an option. And the third is to successfully assist, if there is no prospect, to assist the member to transition in a comprehensive way with dignity and respect from the service.
In terms of maintaining employment for a person who's not deployable, this Commission has heard differing opinions from different officers as to whether everybody must be deployable. Do you have a view on whether every member after a recovery, we accept that there's MEC J3 means temporarily undeployable, but hopefully will recover. But in terms of the permanent situation of a member, are you in the camp that says not everybody has to be deployed, or do you think they all have to be deployable in the long term?
I'm aware now there's a camp, but I don't have expertise in workforce development, and so I'm aware that there are ramifications of how we design a workforce and so on. But I believe that, yes, of course, there should be scope for the really diverse range of expertise we need, and yeah, why not? Of course.
The cooks that you have on at Larrakia are contractors, are they not?
No, we have Navy chefs.
Right. Have you been elsewhere where the cooks are contractors?
Yes.
Do you have a comparison to make between the quality of the food you get from the two?
I do. And I guess this view shared. Navy chefs are really well trained. I think they have a sense of empathy with the people they work with and take great pride in what they do. The quality of their food is remarkably good, and that's not just my opinion. I'm aware of the occasional friend from Army having tracked down to Larrakia for a meal on the odd occasion. So.
And even if there has to be a deployment of a lot of people who are based at Coonawarra to some faraway sea or coast, you'll still need cooks at the base.
I believe so, yes.
And so that is a role that might not need to be deployable. Some of them you'd need to have some who could deploy, but not all.
So two things, if I may. So in describing the remarkable qualities of Navy chefs, that's not to denigrate what we have received from contractors. We get great input from contractors right across. And with respect to cooks as an example, again, not being a workforce development expert, I imagine yes. But I am aware that part of the design, for example, of having Navy chefs up here is to enable that rotation in situ to provide stability in location for individuals and families. So you post up here to a boat, you complete your posting in a boat and then come ashore and work in the galley, and so on. So that is a consideration that needs to be factored in.
At paragraph 96 of your statement, you state that you do not believe facing stigma from rehabilitation is an issue for personnel in HMAS Coonawarra. What are the grounds or what evidence do you have for that belief? How do you reach that conclusion?
Again, I engage in most of the IWB, and I very deliberately set that interaction to be member-centric. What that means is the member retains the ability to control who's around the table. They might bring family, and they have on some occasions, but they provide consent. So my human resources officer who manages the rhythm will go out to the member and say, here's who we think should be involved in this. Member retains that power to remove consent at any time, and I reinforce that at the meeting. So this is part of normalising, this is what we should be doing with people, is assisting them to achieve one of those three objectives. And so I think that assists, and I've not seen any direct indication of anyone being exhibiting a problem with stigma.
How realistically possible is it that there's a vernacular culture below the command level that stigmatises injury or illness, or perhaps more accurately, an inability to discharge full duties for a while?
Again, I don't know what I don't know, but I accept that as a possibility, but I will continue to work to counter anything like that.
Are there what mechanisms would perhaps be the most useful to a member suffering some stigma, maybe isolation or a cold shoulder? What would you expect them to be Sorry, what mechanism would you think such members might most likely use to raise the concern with command?
So I raised the divisional system here. This is a really important part of how we do our work with our people. And this is something that I've seen over the course of my career that we've paid a lot of attention to. We provide training to junior officers and senior sailors to be divisional officers. And part of that is the continual development in them of their understanding of their responsibility for people, for their welfare and so on. Their engagement with all of the people in their charge, and this is the message that is part of that culture transmission that I do. And we support by professional development activities where previously, before I received my human resource officer, my personnel officer conducted a session with divisional officers to talk about process, what's new, what's changed, and then engage in, well, what's best practice, what are you doing with your folk, and so on. So issues like this would be part of that conversation. So be aware, how are your people travelling, what issues are they dealing with? So it's that prevention. Once, if a member gets to the point where they've got an issue, they should feel that they can talk about that with their supervisor or peer.
Do you know why the Joint Health Command for Central Australia, or the Joint Health Unit for Central Australia, is currently implementing changes to enable members to access unscheduled healthcare via various methods that don't involve physically entering a centre that could be seen by others?
I think it may be, in response to an understanding that says, well, some folk might be having an issue with that. I don't discount that. Of course, we're aware that might be a possibility, but we need to keep working to, and this is another mechanism that can help. So once people get going, this offers them a way to get into the system and see. I understood or detected, in a couple of the early IWB we had, it seemed that there was a discomfort with the member about, well, what's this about? What's going on? But I think we're establishing it as an accepted, productive way of engaging, and that word will get around. I'm hoping.
In your estimation, has enough time passed for the word to have gotten around yet?
Probably not. I think it's fairly early in the new system. We'll keep trying.
Nevertheless, I'll persevere with my next question. To your knowledge, have these changes yet produced any noticeable increase in reporting or self-help seeking conduct?
I can't be definitive about that.
Paragraph 123 of your statement refers to Operation Resolute, and you state there that there are challenging scenarios that have the potential to cause trauma to deployed personnel. We've heard some evidence about that. I won't find it necessary to go into any detail about what the trauma is on this occasion, or at least we'll see what answers you give. What role, if any, does your command at Coonawarra or your administrative responsibility for the broader Larrakia precinct have in supporting sailors who have been subjected to these traumas?
So if they are no longer with their boat and they come ashore, then clearly any member presenting with any issue that might be derived from that experience or any other experience is afforded the full range of medical and supervisory engagement.
It may be that some people don't obviously display the effects of the trauma or the effects of what they've seen or experienced. Are there any efforts made to reach out and detect trauma that may be relatively small but needs to be nipped in the bud, to speak rather crudely?
I'm sorry, I have to object to that because the evidence is that in that situation they would still be on the boat under somebody else's command.
I'll rephrase the question just to make it clear.
Thank you.
And I'll ask a lead-up question to help myself out of this hole. Captain, after a boat has been deployed on Operation Resolute, or indeed any other duty that might involve some trauma, does the boat come back to dock eventually?
Oh, yes.
And do they get off the boat? Do the sailors get off the boat? Do you or your command or administrative area or any other part of the Navy of which you are aware reach out to sailors, not the ones who are obviously distressed, but those who have perhaps seen things but are not displaying overt concerns?
So they would still be part of their command unit. And so this is not something that I engage in, but I am aware that the Joint Health Centre provides a debriefing. This is part of the normal routine of operations. So there are pre-deployment briefings, and then there are post-deployment engagements with a psychologist. So again, I don't engage in that in any depth. It's not my part of the ship, as we say, but I'm aware.
The psychologist comes from Joint Health Command, not your command,
Correct.
Is that right? Do you have any administrative role in that respect?
No.
Just tell us if you don't know the answers, but do you know how long such a debrief or engagement with a psychologist lasts?
No, it's not something I've had direct engagement with.
Are you familiar or aware of the mental health and wellbeing questionnaire process?
Yes.
Does that apply to people that you oversee or command?
Potentially, if they've left their unit and are now part of a unit ashore.
Do you have any insights into the usefulness of that questionnaire?
I don't have much experience with it, no.
Do you know whether or not the ADF does any assessment before deciding of a person before deciding to post him or her to Coonawarra?
I imagine that. I would think, and I guess I'm speculating a little, that if a member has particular medical requirements, coming to a remote locality might be problematic. That might be a reason for that, but otherwise, no.
When a member arrives, is there any program that you oversee or are aware of that particularly monitors new members, particularly ones who've perhaps not lived in the tropics before, or for whom this is a significant new phase in their life, to, on the one hand, give support, and on the other hand, to monitor for any difficulties that may be arising?
So again, members under my direct command, I have fairly good visibility of that flow, largely within my command building, and a couple of other areas in the base that I have direct contact with. So there's an induction program that everyone undertakes that relates to a whole range of matters that are important for them to understand, not the least of which is working in a hot climate, for example. Again, all officers I have the ability to see individually. Sailors then belong within their respective units, and their supervisors understand what I expect of them by way of introducing new people into not just a physical environment, but an organisational context, so that they are comfortable, accepted, and are able to get on with their work productively, and not just productively, but excel and feel good about that.
At paragraph 226 of your statement, you provide some details about the number of healthcare professionals of various categories that are available to ADF members at the base. Are those professionals available only to members of Coonawarra, or also are they available to people posted to the LDP or the DEP? DEB.
Yes, thank you. They're part of the Joint Health, so Larrakia Health Centre, and available to all personnel.
Including Berrima?
Yes.
Do you consider that the extent of the psychiatric support services is adequate for the needs of the men and women at Larrakia?
Again, I don't manage the rhythm. In my regular meetings with Joint Health, I have a weekly meeting with the head of the Larrakia Health Centre. It's not been brought to my attention that there is concern about that. So that's the extent to which
In effect, for this question, you are not the provider of the service, but the recipient. I'm not talking about you personally, but it's your sailors who may need these services. From the perspective as the representative of the patients or other consumers of these services, are you finding that they are meeting the needs of your members?
Yes, I'm not aware of any problem with it.
Sorry, I'm loath to interrupt, but it's come to our attention that there, at least on the display, there's bits of the transcript that are not coming up. It's obviously not on screen at the minute because I'm trying to point it out, but there's been...
You mean there are omissions from evidence or questions?
Both.
Yes,
So
I've seen that myself from time to time, but I'm told the process is that it's reviewed
Okay.
at the end of the, or continuously, I think, and also at the end of the day.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but I thought I should raise it just in case it would cause a problem later on.
Yes, but if you, well, I think it's important too, and if there is something that you see hasn't been recorded, perhaps make a note and tell the transcribers.
Thank you.
We'll also check in the break, Mr. Fordham, and get back to you. Thank you.
I think we may have covered this to some degree, but I'll just ask it in an open way. Do you detect any stigma attached to accessing any of the forms of healthcare at Coonawarra, physical or mental?
Again, I'm not aware that that is an issue. What I am aware of, interestingly, perhaps in relation to that question, is I've noticed, and this is entirely anecdotal, members more willing to disclose amongst their peers, and this is a matter for them because it is a privacy issue. But they all say, I have a mental health problem. I'm taking leave for mental health, and so on. So that is a productive shift in my view.
And just in case I miss it, that's sailors telling their
peers.
peers. Is there a disparity or difference between the age groups in that respect?
Again, I haven't paused on that deeply. It's a good question, though.
And to what extent, I'm putting this in a neutral way just to try and get some information, to what extent do you consider that openness a product of honesty and confidence on the one hand and malingering on the other? Very much about a comfort with communicating a fact rather than malingering. Do you have any substantial concerns that malingering is now being engaged in?
No, it's not a term that I've used before today, in fact.
But you and I mean no disrespect, but you know the meaning of the term.
Of course, yes, yeah. No, I've not had cause to use it in a professional context until today.
Yes. Yeah. Now, you've mentioned the individual welfare boards. I take it you preside over them as the chair of the welfare board?
Most of them.
Obviously for your people as well, not for others.
Correct. And that's a deliberate thing. It doesn't have to be me. My human resource officer is a capable fellow, and he's now well into his chair. And so I've been working with him and I'll seek to engage sporadically rather than in all of them, as long as I'm satisfied that the nature of the engagement and the ethos that I expect continues.
A person presenting before a board of that kind may be confronted, may he or she not only with you and a variety of professional people and other perhaps quite senior people. To what extent might some of those sailors be intimidated by the format and the process?
I share some of that. I empathise today with that prospect a little. Of course, I am aware of that. And so I do very deliberately. So part of that divisional officer preparation is to communicate to your people. This is what the board's about. It's not this is not a punitive thing. This is a wonderful new mechanism that will enable us to get all the right people around the table. Bring family, bring a support person, where we can have a conversation to the extent of their comfort as to what's presenting and where we go. And the product of the board is a plan, of course, that enables the actions to happen and be monitored. So yes, very deliberately, the beginning of the board is very much conversational, and I intend to put people at ease and describe and explain that.
You said they sit around the table. Have you considered other formats? Sitting around lounge chairs or some other?
Not as yet, but that's interesting. I'll keep that in my thinking.
Don't take me as an expert. It was a question.
I, as much as I'm open to meetings that happen, we walk and meet, for example, for some engagements. I'm open to new ideas, given the physical spaces we have, accommodate other ways of doing business. Absolutely open to it.
And have you thought even more widely to perhaps there's a process other than the welfare board at all that might be better placed for achieving the same objectives?
Of course, there's all sorts of potential, but we now have this well-considered system that I think is going to do well from what I've seen so far. Let's give that a go. Let's give that a time to mature and learn from that, and we'll continue to improve, of course.
Coonawarra presently has, I think, said 123, but it will no doubt fluctuate a little bit in the 120s in personnel. Of those, in a typical year, let's say this year, unless it's atypical, how many people might have to appear before an individual welfare board?
So, this involves personnel from the Fuchsia collection. That's not just my.
All right. Well, I'm happy to do it on that basis. So, what's the population? What population are we talking about there, roughly?
So the process involves several inputs.
Sorry, but before we get to the process, because I started with 123 at Coonawarra, you'd like to deal with it on a Fuchsia footprint basis. So what's the population of that footprint, roughly? 400? Or?
Close to 500.
Right. So that gives us a context. How many of those, nearly 500 people, will actually have to go through the IWB process in a given year? So,
if I may,
if you need to explain, by all means, but it's a number I'm looking for.
Yeah, indeed,
eventually.
Indeed. So the process is what indicates for a person to be eligible for an individual welfare board. So the health centre conducts that's part of the process. The health centre does their review of people who have a MEC that indicates restrictions. They triage and identify, well, of that collection, and I don't know what that number is, but of that collection, the following would benefit from an IWB. My personnel team, my human resource officer, does a similar thing. So of the list of people who are medically restricted, triage, which means working with the divisional officers who have done a unit welfare board, who would come to us and say, here's some people we think would benefit. So it's a collection of those three inputs. Now, I don't, that's an ongoing churn, if you like. So we have a fortnightly slot for IWBs, and we would have probably 5 as an average, 5 or 6 as an average on a fortnightly basis as part of that rhythm. But of course, if anyone presented with an urgent situation, then they would attend an IWB.
So that 5 per fortnight is meetings of individual welfare boards. Does a person perhaps come to more than one meeting?
So the IWB begins with that initial meeting, which establishes a plan. So there may be a requirement to come back and review that at some point.
All right, well, let me try and approach it this way. Those 5 people who, I'll put it at a hypothetical level, but hypothetically the 5 people you've seen or your personnel manager's seen in the last fortnight at welfare boards, are they a fresh 5 that weren't there in previous months?
Yes.
So roughly 5 times 26 fortnights per year, less people who have a need to go through the process twice is the number we're talking. So maybe about 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or 7 of the workforce in any given year may go through the IWB process.
Potentially.
Do you keep data on the trends, whether that number's going up or down, and or whether the 3 sources are changing in their ratios?
Indeed, my MHRO is well engaged in managing the data as we build that baseline.
Could you just remind me at least, MHRO?
I'm sorry, the Human Resource Officer. Yeah.
What's the M?
Maritime.
Thank you. The Coonawarra uses healthcare coordinators, clinical case conferences, health case coordination forums to manage cases for selected members. What's the role of the coordinators in the forums?
It would be to ensure that the right medical inputs and other inputs are identified and become engaged and continue to be engaged.
Could at least some sailors benefit from having such mechanisms managed from outside the Navy or outside defence itself?
I'm unsure of whether that, again, it's not my expertise, doesn't lie with medical management.
Could you give us an overview of your interaction with, if any, with families of the sailors you command, and how, if at all, you encourage a culture that keeps the families in contact with your sailors?
Typically, it's usually at an informal setting, but might be a function. It may be at the periodic awards and promotion ceremonies. I have used ForceNet to send messages out at different times of the year.
Just tell us what that acronym is.
ForceNet is the defence social media platform to which families have the ability to connect to as well. So there's that, but it is in that social context.
Do family members ever contact you or your office to try and meet with you or discuss concerns with you?
Yes, occasionally, yeah.
Do you meet with them
Of course,
upon
yes.
request?
Absolutely, yeah.
Are they in a position to deal with you on a confidential basis, perhaps not even telling the sailor concerned?
Look, I would always be open to hearing someone's concerns, and then I would respond, in a considered way.
What challenges do your members face with respect to maintaining relations with their family and contact, but all aspects of family life? There are obvious barriers. Which ones do you think are prominent at Coonawarra?
So for those with families in situ as opposed to those who are unaccompanied, do you make that distinction?
Well, I'm happy for you to cover both halves of that equation.
I'm not aware of any significant issues. There are individual cases that I have engaged with where a member is experiencing difficulty. I am always mindful of understanding the family situation, particularly when it involves the potential for the member to be posted away for whatever reason. So drawing in and understanding what's happening with the family is really important. I generally believe that the family dynamic is essentially a happy one up here. The Darwin community is a welcoming place for defence families, and families engage in all manner of way through community groups and sporting clubs and so on. Unaccompanied members is a different matter. Having been unaccompanied several times, that raises potential difficulties. Being able to travel with ease to reconnect with family is something we facilitate, really important. Real challenges over the COVID period, of course, with that. But essentially that would be my take on that.
And just for more abundant clarity, you will engage with a family member who contacts you and seeks to speak to you confidentially without telling the sailor if need be. Certainly you'll meet them before, you won't, and then make a judgment as to what needs to be done, or am I wrong? Would you always consult the sailor first?
I would not. I would need to make. I would seek information about what might be going on there, but I would not deny anyone the ability to speak with me. What came from that, though, would be very considered.
Yes. Transition's particularly important for part of the career and life of any ADF member. Are there any particular features of the Coonawarra approach to a member who is beginning the transition?
Indeed, thank you. Reminds me I need to call my transition person back who rang me a couple of weeks ago. So you're absolutely right. Transition's such an important part of service. So I meet with every member within that remit who has submitted a voluntary separation request or is in the process of departing defence, not voluntarily for whatever reason. Regardless of the basis, they will have access to the full range of assistance for that. So apart from seeking to understand the motivation for separating voluntarily, and there's a conversation there always, I emphasise during that meeting that their job is now becoming to transition. That's going to be their first priority, and they should seek to engage with every resource available, and I speak about some of those. A lot of the time I'll meet them with their supervisor, and I make that point again for them, and this is part of that divisional officer responsibility. So if I have a member who's transitioning, it's my role to support them and give them access to all the DMFS connections, transitions officers. PSU has expertise in that area. And we speak about, why is that important? one needs to get one's financial arrangements ordered and to not be problematic. The DVA connection, for example, where are you on that path and where might you go? And training, what's happening next in your life, and there are programs available to assist people to develop their skills for that transition as well.
One might think that the ADF bases in or near Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, where a significant proportion of Australia lives, are easier to transition from it in some practical ways, like looking for employment, looking for housing and getting all of those things set up before discharge, compared with Darwin. For those, do you notice that as a commander, that it's a more challenging, in practical ways, transitioning is more challenging if one's going to discharge here?
I haven't had that experience with any of the people that I've conversed with. For the most part, those who are separating voluntarily have fairly well-developed plans about what's next, and that includes usually moving family to a location elsewhere in the country. They've already had conversations with potential employers and that kind of thing.
Well, that begs the question, some are not discharging voluntarily, and they're the ones who, perhaps more often than otherwise, will be discharging in a shorter time frame and with less preparation to do so. Are there particular challenges for that cohort that arise from being in a relatively remote place from the major population centres to the south?
Sorry, can I ask my friend to break that up? Because halfway through that question, there was a question as to whether or not the witness would agree about timeframes.
Firstly, yes, I'm happy to break it up. Do you agree that at least for some who are discharging involuntarily, they don't have the same time to get ready and prepare?
There may be a time difference in that someone who's separating voluntarily may well have planned well ahead.
Yes.
This is part of their career plan, generally. Otherwise, however, there is a minimum, and I agree that people who are in that situation need particular attention to make sure that they are, as well fully supported through that process. So there is certainly a minimum amount of time, unless I'm thinking back to the various examples where people have organised themselves and are well connected and so on, and well prepared. In other cases, people will not be let go without we being satisfied that there's support there. And it covers a broad spectrum. There are disciplinary reasons for people being separated and medical reasons as well. Understanding the detail behind each case, again, goes back to that supervisor, and more often than not, PSU will be involved in the medical examples and attend with great care to that process.
I'll ask the operator to bring up IG.0003.0001.0186. Come up very quickly. Are you or have you ever been familiar with this document?
Yeah.
And I'm happy to introduce it to you and refresh your memory. It all has
This
the
is
same
the
format.
August 2018 document?
Yes, it's
Yes.
from that time frame, and it's a minute or a report of an audit, a performance audit, I think it might be called. When did you first, and let's be clear, this is a report of an audit from before your time as Commander?
Correct.
Has there been another such audit since you became Commander? Or is this is the most recent?
That is the most recent.
Do you know of plans, or can you expect one soon?
I'm not aware, no.
Is Coonawarra considered a major base for purposes of audits of this kind? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's fine. Anyway, turning to this, you've seen it. Was this something that came to your attention relatively recently, perhaps because of this Royal Commission, or
Yes.
did you, right, you weren't briefed with this, for example, as part of your
No.
takeover package. Have you, at any time, even recently, examined whether or not the several recommendations and suggestions made here have been implemented?
I have satisfied myself as to where we sit now with respect to the recommendations and suggestions.
All right, well, I might just ask the operator to go to page 0188, a couple of pages in, and I might ask I've probably read that wrongly, but perhaps the previous page, 87, yes, you'll see the first arrowhead point or triangular dot point at the top there. Although only 2 incidents of unacceptable behaviour were recorded in this audit from before your time, the IGADF did find that 29% of members at Coonawarra had, they said, experienced unacceptable behaviour. What does this tell you about the reporting culture at Coonawarra, and particularly the disparity between reported incidents and experiences picked up by an audit, at least at that time?
Well, okay, there's two bits to this, I guess. At that time, this may well indicate that there is a disparity. It alerts me to the potential for such disparity to continue or otherwise. I don't have the data to support that or otherwise, but it is an important understanding that goes to my efforts, as I mentioned earlier, about continuing to reinforce the message. And that's important to understand. It has to be continued. It's not something that I write and pin up on a wall or say once to people. I need to have these conversations, as I do regularly.
What do you think 29% or even 20% might be a fair estimate of the members serving this year or these days who might have experienced unacceptable behaviour? I do understand I'm asking you about what you don't know, but as an estimate, do you think it might be along the same lines as before?
I have no way of knowing that. Again, I can but continue my efforts.
Captain, you'll see from paragraph 5 of the report, so it's at the very bottom of the page that is displayed. We'll just perhaps expand that if possible, and over to, thank you, the operator's got both pages there, or both paragraphs. You can see that recommendations were made, and there's a distinction here. Recommendations go to matters that are effectively required by military justice or policy, and suggestions, what the rest of us might call a recommendation. Is that familiar terminology or usage to you, even though you've only recently come across this document?
Yes.
This particular minute made 7 recommendations and 14 suggestions. I'll ask the operator to scroll down to page 6 of the document. It's point 0191 according to my note. And here we can see a little box where there's 3 recommendations and 1 suggestion, and I've picked it because it's a little cluster or a group of them. They refer to record keeping, and one of the themes of this report was that record keeping, perhaps the biggest theme, was that record keeping was inadequate. That might suggest an underlying problem with wider ramifications than the ones detected in this audit. Have you inquired into that, or do you have an insight from your own experience as to whether record keeping is a problem, and or whether it perhaps indicates another problem of some kind? And don't name anyone. If the problem's a person, I'm not looking for a name.
I'm satisfied with the current method of record keeping.
Have you overseen changes?
A little improvement in a register, but essentially the objective repository is very well kept, meticulously so.
to the best of your knowledge, you're satisfied that the there are 7 recommendations. You're satisfied that they are all fully implemented, or do you need to look into that a little?
I do need to look further. Initial review suggests I'm pretty satisfied. However, I note that the report requires a response on completion of the recommendations. I will seek to find that document.
Again, I accept this is in effect impressionistic based on seeing the document recently. Is it your sense that to the extent they have been recommended, they were probably or mostly recommended before you arrived, or inadvertently have you addressed these problems yourself?
Largely before I got there, I would think.
I'll ask the operator to scroll down to page 7, where we'll find paragraphs 34 and 35. In fact, I should have said 35 and 36. Sorry, operator.
Suggestion 6.
I've came up for a moment, but those paragraphs, of course, are particularly germane. And you'll see that there's a suggestion to have a standing instruction or direction on this subject. Is there one, so far as you're aware, for Coonawarra?
So distinguish the difference between a recommendation and a suggestion?
This is a suggestion,
correct.
Yes.
I would seek to take advice rather than act in isolation for that kind of document pertaining to that matter. I would seek a consolidated effort from Joint Health Command on what that might look like. However, I can add, I'm aware of a couple of things. Firstly, there is a Kinghorn report, there's a review of that, which looked at quite a wide range of recommendations, one of which was to ensure that suicide awareness training was included into leadership training, which is the case now. That's just one example. The other aspect is, again, I'm satisfied with the way that we manage incidents at the moment. We have a duty officer, an officer of the day, who is the focal point for communication in the base. We have an instruction for the duty officer which provides steps, information, an action matrix, phone numbers and key personnel, and what to do in response to what may present. So that is, in essence, an immediate action drill that addresses that requirement.
I'll just come back to the actual question, which was, is there such a directive in place?
We have a directive for the officer of the day, which provides guidance on to how to respond.
And is that one that you issued or your predecessor issued?
No, it's been in place for some time and has been improved over time.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the covering page.
Thank you. We'll break for morning tea.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Singleton.
Thank you, Commissioners. Captain Rodino, what assistance do you, through your team, offer for members who might be feeling withdrawn or isolated, quieter than usual, or in any other way, distressed, irritated, agitated, and maybe in need of support?
Again, I refer to that very positive, proactive engagement by divisional supervisors to be alert to changes or issues that might present with individuals. And if that's the case, then there would be a discussion and, if necessary, a referral for some professional engagement.
Do you are you satisfied with the level of training that you and your commanders have to enable them to decide when to make a referral of that kind?
We certainly are prepared to be attuned to potential issues of self-harm. We have the mandatory annual awareness training package, which covers a whole range of topics that alert us to behavioural changes and so on. So if there were, we're not trained for assessment, but if we had any concerns, as I said, there'd be a conversation and facilitating a connection with a professional.
If a member becomes suicidal, do you contact their family? And if so, in what circumstances, and in what circumstances would you not?
Again, this is where I would seek, well, in terms of the contacting family, that's somewhere along the line. The initial focus is to bring to bear the necessary actions to assist the member to be safe. That's step one. Beyond that, an individual has, primacy about communication of any medical condition.
Of course, we're not talking about any individual case. You've been in the Navy since, I think, the 1980s in various roles, including reserves, but bringing to bear that entire experience. Do you have any concerns about privacy laws or perceived privacy laws getting in the way of providing the support that's necessary for a member? For example, by contacting a family member or a friend.
Certainly with respect to connecting with professional services, no, there's no concern. We know that if a member's life is in any danger, then we need to act accordingly to provide, as I said, bring to bear the necessary resources. Have you yourself come across concerns about the Privacy Act? Real or imagined? You and your colleagues often are not lawyers, but there are perceptions about what the Privacy Act is and what the Privacy Act means. Have you come across that being an impediment to helping people, those perceptions? No. If a member leaves Coonawarra for mental health or, well, in the case of a mental health issue, perhaps to take a break, perhaps to go into a hospital, there may be a variety of locations or destinations, but if they leave, do you have any general remarks you can make about how you explain the absence to other members? It would depend on a range of circumstances. Again, if there was no understanding of, and it would depend on. Can I assume that you're referring to any medical condition? I'm trying to be as general and generic. Sure. But I suppose if I might just explain, not just any medical condition. I'm thinking mental health. But let me ask a precise question. If someone gets a broken leg and is transferred to Darwin General Hospital for some reason, would there be any difficulty in telling his or her colleagues, Fred broke his leg, or Frederica broke her leg, that's where he or she is? Would that be a difficulty? Once again, it's not. It's about context. Yes. We're not at liberty to talk about medical conditions. without the consent of individuals. So generally, no, we don't.
And does that mean that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but would there be an expectation amongst the sailors who haven't gone away that they wouldn't be told why a member is absent?
Yes, that's correct.
What proportion of your time, both your life 24/7 and your professional time, is spent focused on the welfare of members? Now, I understand it's always your concern, but you do have a lot of responsibilities. You've got stevedoring operations to oversee, lots of practical naval work. But in terms of time that's dedicated to looking at the welfare of members, what proportion of your time is that?
Well, sometimes it's almost the entire day, depending on the situation. And if it's about responding to a particular incident, then it can be, the entire day. But again, your question, if I can assume, is general. Welfare of individuals, the settings that impact on welfare are quite broad. Safety in the precinct, for example, traffic behaviour, pedestrian behaviour, all that sort of stuff. That's about welfare as well. So I spend a lot of time, most days, attending to one or other aspect to do with the well-being and welfare of members. Yes.
Thank you, Captain. Commissioners, thank you for your patience. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the question in relation to risk management. Who sets the risk appetite for the Australian Defence Force?
Thanks for your question, Commissioner. It's a very broad question. SFARP as a general, so far as is reasonably practicable, is the general principle that we operate by. So we work to achieve as safe a set of conditions as possible. So the appetite is to, we need to do our work, but we need to do it safely.
Well, can I take you to a little bit more specificity in relation to achieving operational capability and achieving mission? There are certain potential risks. One being there is a risk on your personnel. Now, I guess in the context of risk of loss of life due to combat, that's a well-established risk, and I guess everyone's aware. But I'm thinking about things like burnout. I'm thinking about being denied leave because there isn't sufficient personnel to otherwise carry out the mission. I'm thinking about low morale. Now, how much, how does, in this case, Navy, but Australian Defence Force overall, and I appreciate this probably sits a little bit higher, but I'm sure you have some understanding. How does the Navy determine what level of risk of burnout, risk of leave cancellations, risk of low morale, etc., that it's prepared to tolerate in order to achieve the mission? And, are those things considered, or is it just about achieving the mission? And if they are considered, where's the threshold? How is that articulated and how is it actually implemented?
Thanks for your question, Commissioner. Very important one. We're certainly very sensitive to the effect on people. We can't achieve output without people being engaged in the delivery of that output. So aside from caring about the well-being of people, they are an important resource, if you like. we don't risk deliberately risk life in that sense. So we look at those settings quite carefully and do what we can to get to that SAFARP, even in that situation. As I mentioned, with the movement of personnel within Coonawarra to keep people ready for engaging in a boat. That means losing someone ashore potentially, which denudes that number of people. So we look at that. What does that mean? So I talk about, quite deliberately again, part of my 3 or 4 part mantra is we can do if. And that means it's not a can-do attitude at all costs, but it's we can do if I'm allowed to stop doing this other activity for a while, pause that and do that over here, if you provide me with more people or more resources of another kind.
But at what point might you stop a mission if you don't have all of the personnel, if all of those personnel haven't had their allocation of leave in the last 12 months? Because, to be frank, we know that happens. We know that you operate below full capacity some of the time, and we know that there are impacts. So that in essence is tolerating a level of risk around the HR in order to achieve the mission. And I think everyone would understand that, you know, within reason, there is a balance there. But my question is, what level of that risk are you prepared to tolerate?
Commissioner, I can speak for myself in my command in Coonawarra, and I act on that principle. So I prioritise. If there are things that need to stop, I stop them. And we manage that throughput to enable that balance.
So can I ask you then, and appreciate this is on the spot, but could you tell me this year how many operations you've stopped because of HR issues?
So in terms of the base, Coonawarra, and the way we operate, as I mentioned, we closed one of the messes at one point to enable us to consolidate the number of chefs to work more comfortably with the numbers we had. That was a certainty. We changed the routine with stevedoring, for example, when we had, we're comfortable now with numbers, but earlier on we weren't. And as a result of that, the manager of that team changed the way they were operating so that they were available for so they could meet mission, but they weren't available at any time. So those who required their services would need to better manage their requests to fit in with the windows that they could present. And also we do things like operational limitation signals. So the number of people in my team who operate the armoury, for example, was a little low at one point, and again, we controlled that rate of effort by saying we operate during these hours rather than the previous range of hours. So we seek to find ways of managing all the resources we have to meet output as best we can, to sustain the resources and people. You know, I don't like using that term with people necessarily, but they are our most important resource.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Singleton was asking you earlier around whether or not the risk of suicide in people having left the Navy was on your risk register, and you indicated that it wasn't. I'm just trying to, and Mr. Fordham raised some issues about the way, the manner of, I guess, expressing some of the risks. I'm just wanting to understand what the risk register actually looks like. I guess just to give that some context, having familiarity with risk registers in the past, they often list the risk, and they may well then go on to list what are the contributing factors. So it, I think, gives some visibility Mr. Fordham, to the issue you were talking about, like a fall. So if you're thinking about suicide in veterans, and it doesn't have to just be those who've left, but potentially even serving members, there are a range of contributing factors that might need to then be considered and mitigated. Does your risk register, is it set out in that way so that it gives visibility to those contributing factors?
It could wrap up all those factors, yes.
Does it?
No.
No.
They're attended to in a different way.
Okay, thank you. So can I then ask another question, and I'm sorry if this is a very naive one, but does the Defence Force have a workers' compensation scheme outside of what the DVA legislation provides for, the DERCA and MERCA?
I'm not aware of any other.
No. So again, thinking about, but as I understand it, that is the equivalent of the workers' compensation scheme. In managing workers' compensation claims within an organisation, you would generally look at things like time lost to injury, the cost associated with claims, and the premiums that you're having to pay each year. I'm just wondering whether at the Defence Force level broadly, Navy broadly, and for you as a commanding officer of a base, whether you get that sort of information that allows you to know about the claims and risks, and whether you're responding to that kind of data.
We have regular engagements with DVA, Commissioner, and that is the primary source of information for the experience of veterans that comes back to us. I've not had any specific data presented that suggested a change in what I see as a very focused understanding of the problem of potential suicide for veterans post-separation, which is why we do those other things.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily thinking just specifically of suicide in this case. So do you get data about not only the number of people who are off work due to an injury sustained in the workplace and how long they're off and what the potential cost of that is? Do you get that information?
Commissioner, not necessarily that level, but I do get information through SureSafe Board about what's been observed, and if there's any opportunity to change behaviour in the workplace to mitigate against what may be presenting as a common injury, if you like, then we would act on that, of course.
So what, can you be a little bit more specific about what sort of information you get from the SureSafe Board?
So it tends to be what we're experiencing across the various bases with respect to injuries, again reported through the Sentinel system. And I haven't received, but I would imagine if there was data that required attention at the workplace, it would come back through that conduit as well. So I would expect either DVA or through the Shore Force Board stuff.
So if I go to the issue of suicides then and the feedback that you get from the information that you do get from DVA, are you advised of any suicides of people who have previously served at HMAS AS Coonawarra, either ex-serving or indeed people who may have been serving at the time?
I haven't received any of that data indicating that that's the case.
So we have no way of knowing whether that's because there's been no such events or because there's no such process to receive that information.
I think, Commissioner, that's correct. I haven't received any document that says there have been no suicides or there have.
Is that a topic in the discussions that you have with DVA?
I'm trying to recall my engagements with them at their fora. I don't recall, Commissioner, that has been part of that conversation.
Do you think it would be important to have that information? Would it be helpful?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And just one last question, and again, this is kind of a broader question, but I'm interested in your response. You said during part of your evidence that talking about people who were preparing for discharge, and I think if I heard you correctly, you indicated that in some circumstances, if people aren't ready to leave, they can be extended for a period of time. Do you know, and I think we've heard that evidence before, do you know if a request is made for that extension, when that request can be made?
Commissioner, I haven't had direct engagement in that process, but I imagine that can happen at any time that the member would identify that there may be an issue, that they need further support, or it might come, and I'm thinking of typically a medical situation, that they may need longer time for rehab and so on. That would be supported by the medical practitioner, I would think.
Okay, and again, I'm just thinking to information provided to me in a private session. It was one individual and it was their understanding, and I'm just trying to understand whether their perspective was in fact, well informed. But what they indicated to me was that the request couldn't be made formally until, I'm not sure whether it was 1 week or 2 weeks prior to their actual discharge date. And for someone who has significant mental health issues, significant suicidality, significant no housing to go to, and having to wait until 1 to 2 weeks before their discharge date to even apply for an extension of their time seems very precarious. So I'm stressing, I'm just seeking to understand whether that perspective was correct or not.
Yeah, look, I would be surprised, Commissioner, if that were the requirement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks, Captain, for your evidence. Can I take you back to some questions you were asked about at the start about your open door policy? And you said also that you spent a fair bit of time doing what you call walking the planks. I gather walking around your premises and checking on people. It's a management technique I've heard described elsewhere as managing by walking around, I think, in quite a different context. You've had experience on larger ships as well, I take?
That's correct, Commissioner.
I've heard, again, anecdotally, that officers don't commonly go below decks in such ships. Do you have any comment on that?
Certainly from my experience, that wasn't the case. Heads of department would deliberately go and visit their teams all over the ship. Yeah.
I'll put the context to you in which I heard it, which was that a petty officer slightly superior to the informant was behaving consistently badly, and I don't need to say by what behaviour, but I asked, wouldn't an officer pick this up and stop the person from doing it? And in effect, the response was, well, the officers don't come below decks, perhaps at all or too often. Do you have any comment on that?
Again, Commissioner, my experience was that wasn't the case. And I know that the colleagues I had at that time would not encourage that kind of engagement. It would be about walking the deck plates literally in the ship.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. I just want to raise an issue in relation to leadership and it's not necessarily directly related to your current role, but just interested in your views generally, drawing on your considerable experience over many decades in leadership roles. We've heard much evidence about people raising complaints, but the person or persons they may be complaining about are in fact their chain of command. Mr. Singleton asked you earlier in relation to the ways in which you as a commanding officer are held accountable for injuries and illnesses and so on. But I just want to talk about the aspects of people perhaps being bullied, harassed, or feeling, put upon, and who they may go to complain about that, because we do feel that is obviously something that contributes directly to suicide ideation and suicidality, in fact. Now, how do we approach the notion of making senior people accountable? A lot of the evidence we've heard is seriously about people who have become aware of these problems and either turn a blind eye or simply don't deal with it adequately. And I'm not casting aspersions on the whole organisation, obviously, but there are enough instances that have been brought to light where these issues and these concerns and these instances were simply not dealt with adequately, leading to disastrous consequences for the individuals involved, obviously. Just from your considerable experience, how do we make people accept responsibility and accountability for what happens below them?
Thanks, Commissioner. Really important question. I'm just reflecting on the system we have already. I would be held to account if I ignored matters that would happen. Whether it would happen in my term now or later on, if I left this post.
Sorry, Captain. Perhaps, and I apologise, I probably should have narrowed it down a little bit or refined it, but is there a way of introducing KPIs, key performance indicators, that actually are specific and hold people to account more than what exists today? Is that something we ought to be looking at? Is that what you feel? And I'm not for a minute casting any aspersions on your command, and the reason I'm asking you this is, one, because of the breadth of your experience, and two, you have a capacity for reflection which is heartening.
Thanks for the clarification, Commissioner, and I appreciate where it's again a very important question. I haven't thought deeply on this, but there may well be a way of further strengthening how we review our engagement with matters. The system's pretty good, as I can see.
So just on that, what actually exists at the moment in terms of KPIs for accountability of officers?
A requirement to report, for example, within a certain time frame, in a certain way, regarding a range of matters that present incidents. So there are critical commanders' critical information requirements that need to be transmitted very quickly about a whole range of notifiable matters, followed up by defence incident reports, and ongoing action with respect to those. Shore Force, for example, has a well-developed mechanism for reviewing, tracking, and monitoring those responses and activities. And we are constantly engaged with the centre on those. Again, it's something I could think on more, but I feel I don't need much motivation to engage with that, but I would feel acutely accountable if I didn't engage.
Thank you. I know it's a difficult question to answer. We're always happy to hear from you. If you do reflect on it and have other thoughts, we'd be happy to hear from you. Just one other issue. In relation to people who have misbehaved and have been accused of wrongdoing and perhaps even found guilty of some indiscretion in their treatment of others, and those below them in particular, we have heard evidence that there is no, while that may go on the record, it doesn't necessarily, that information in relation to their misbehaviour does not necessarily follow them from one command to the next. Is that your experience?
No, Commissioner, as I said, we report in a timely way, and where there is an outcome, there's a finding, that is recorded. There is a system called ComTrack, of course, that's sustained through right through, and of course personnel records will also contain outcomes. So. Yeah.
So if someone was coming into your command, you would habitually check what's on their record, basically, where they've been and what they've done in the past, and any bad behaviour that you need to be aware of. Would you or someone you delegate be doing that with everyone that comes in?
So, Commissioner, in response to that, I don't go through every personnel file myself. Supervisors do a review of key personnel as part of their work. Indeed, if there is a matter that's brought to my attention, then one of the necessary actions is to go deep into a person's file to understand whether there is a pattern or previous matters. So essentially, there are ways of getting that information, which we do pursue.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for your evidence today. Commissioner Brown just has one more.
Can I just follow up on that? So just to clarify again from my understanding, so does ComTrack record the findings or the outcomes, or does it actually record the what might be a complaint or an allegation and then the finding?
It records the incident, and the details of the findings will be in the defence incident reports as well.
So that even if it's ultimately an allegation is raised and not substantiated, that is still on ComTrack to be seen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, any matters?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chalmers? Okay. Mr. Fraser, any issues you wish to raise?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
If I might have a couple of minutes. Arising from Councillor Brown's first line of questions. You mentioned, I think you mentioned, Captain, that a stevedoring manager made a decision to reduce the hours of operations of the stevedoring section. Is that correct?
To rearrange the arrangement of the personnel so that they could be spelled. So have a smaller team available in a smaller time window to conduct the work to enable that spelling of people. Yeah.
Well, was the effect that the hours of operation of a wharf or some other facility were reduced?
So the window of availability was able to be, so there's some flexibility in managing that, whatever the operation might be.
What was the rank of that stevedoring manager?
Lieutenant Commander.
Now you've got two wharves, the attack wharf and the Fremantle wharf, where patrol boats can be berthed. Is there an officer below you who has authority to make a decision that has the effect of closing one of those wharfs for a period of time?
No, if there is a significant capability impact, it's something that we would discuss at length and work together to produce a solution.
Who actually has the authority to close a wharf? After all the consultation and discussion, but who can decide?
That would be me ultimately. So the effect of the decision he had made was not to close the wharf, but just change the hours.
But you actually do have authority to close either of those wharfs?
I would insinuate myself on any aspect of the work in Coonawarra if I needed to, depending on the situation.
And it's a different question, but you don't have to go to a higher authority to close a wharf.
No, I can do that, but there is a conversation to be had with all of those who rely on our capability.
Of course. Do you have authority to close both of the wharfs at the same time for any prolonged period?
I can't see a situation where that would present.
Do you have the authority, or would you need to?
I
It
would
will
make-
obviously impact
yes,
on
I
the
would-
mission.
I have the authority, as I said, to make decisions that I need to make,
Right.
and explain them later, of course.
Thank you. Those are the matters I wanted to raise. There's a housekeeping matter. I would seek a non-publication order as a holding matter for the moment from say 1 minute before Mr. Fordham took his objection before the morning tea break until the morning tea break. I would propose that a more refined order would be prepared.
Happy with that, Mr. Fordham?
Yes, that sounds sensible.
Thank you.
It'll be so ordered then.
Yeah, I should have said non-publication direction, but thank you, Commissioners.
Just for an abundance of caution, and given I think it took me more than a minute to react to get the instructions, can we go perhaps 3 or 4 minutes back and then we'll look at the transcript and refine it?
That's perfectly fine.
For clarity, let's just say not 3 or 4, but 4, and we would propose to, as I said, have a precise order by the end of the day. If anybody needs more precision before the end of the day, they should approach the Commission's staff, the media people or others, and we'll see to it. Commissioners,
Thank you.
might the Captain, whom I thank, be excused.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for all the effort you've put into supporting the Royal Commission and the material you've gathered to prepare for the evidence today. We much appreciate it. And it might be timely for me just to remind everyone who's either here or watching this on live stream, we have counselling support services available. If anyone is struggling with some of the issues we're discussing, which are difficult, please put your hand up, talk to one of our staff if you're here, or reach out through the website. We're happy to assist anyone who has felt difficulty because of the topics we're discussing. If there's no other issues, I think we'll break for lunch and we'll return at 1:15 p.m.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to 1:15 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ribadotti.
Commissioners, we will now hear from Professor Brad Murphy, who will give evidence about the intersection of Indigenous identification and veteran service and the provision of mental health services, in particular by GPs, to that population and to the veteran population more generally. Professor Murphy will explore these issues through his own experience as a GP and also through his own lived experience.
Thank you.
Professor Bradley Murphy, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Matter House, for the tender list for Professor Murphy to be displayed. Commissioners, I tender the documents indicated there.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers then. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Murphy. Professor Murphy, you identify as an Australian Aborigine of the Gunnedah people of Kamilaroi Nation of Northwest in New South Wales.
I do.
Thank you. Since July this year, you have been an adjunct professor at the University of Queensland.
Yes.
And since August 2021, you have been adjunct professor for the Centre for Indigenous Health Equity Research at Central Queensland University.
Yes.
Since July 2021, you have been the co-deputy chair to the Royal Australian College of GPs, the Queensland Faculty Board, is that correct?
That's right.
And you presently sit on the National Advisory Council for Open Arms, where you provide advice on the issues and needs within defence and veteran communities, is that correct?
That's correct.
You are a present member of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, the chapter of Military Medicine and Veteran Health.
Indeed.
You were previously appointed to the Prime Minister's Advisory Council on Veteran Mental Health.
Yes.
You were appointed as an Associate Professor to Bond University in 2011.
Yes.
And in that capacity, you established the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health curriculum for its medical school. Is that correct?
That's right.
You later became an honorary adjunct associate professor at Bond University in 2017.
That's right.
Since October 2017, you have been provost for the National Faculty of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health at the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Is that correct?
That's right.
In 2012, did you establish the Ashfield Country Practice, which was awarded the college's National Practice of the Year in 2019?
That's right.
In 2007, you were appointed the founding chair of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners National Standing Committee on Aboriginal Health, in which you then founded a national facility core to the workings and tenets of the college in 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Since 1997, you have been the Managing Director of Emergency Medicine Australia. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is that your personal business venture that provides paramedical training and services and medical services?
That's correct.
From June 2016 to June 2019, were you the chair for the Clinical Council at the Wide Bay Primary Health Network?
That's right.
Thank you. And from January 2010 to October 2016, were you the director of the National Council at the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners?
That's right.
In 2005, did you obtain a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery from the University of James Cook University?
That's correct.
And in 1993, did you obtain an Associate Diploma of Applied Science in Ambulance from Kangaroo Point College of TAFE in Queensland?
That's right.
In addition to these qualifications and work experience, might I acknowledge your own lived experience as a veteran? I understand that you joined the Australian Defence Force as a junior recruit at 15 years of age, is that correct?
That's right.
And did you serve as a naval medical officer leading Seaman Medical?
As a leading senior medic, yes, that's right.
You then left the Navy to become an intensive care paramedic, where you used your clinical skills, I understand it, relating to trauma and community service and in supervisory and education roles, is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. Professor Murphy, is there anything you would wish to say before we commence the substantive elements of your examination?
Indeed, thank you. If I might, I'd just like to do an acknowledgement of country. Marinea, Larrakia, Gamilaray, Winangalana. Dwan Niani, Larrakia, Gamilaray, Winangalana. Marigal, Nana, Nua, Baray, Dalina, Yaladu, Niani. I'm grateful for the people who continue our Burragu stories and Wayama, Gabaninda, Milia, which translated means, I pay respects to the ancestors of the lands on which we gather today of the Larrakia people and my own people of the Kamilaroi Nation. I acknowledge any Indigenous people here with us today. I'm grateful for the people who continue our culture, Dreamtime stories and traditions. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. Professor Murphy, might I ask you to explain to the Commissioners your experience as a general practitioner, and particularly your experience as it pertains to mental health care, and how you came to work with military veterans?
Thank you. I suppose the introduction sort of suggests that I've been a little busy. I joined the Navy at 15 years and 9 months and 21 days, being 21, I was a late bloomer. I've been involved in healthcare all of my life, even as a Navy cadet before that, but then as an intensive care paramedic and moving forward, going into medicine when I was 35 as one of the first Aboriginal students at the James Cook University in 2000. I've worked in rural and remote areas of Australia. I've worked everywhere from the centre of Sydney to the centre of Australia, with a variety of populations and diverse groups, particularly around rural and remote and Indigenous. I've represented DVA in various roles, particularly in the rural sector as a local medical officer on the Queensland Committee in the early days. And since being in since being in Bundaberg and starting my own practice back in 2011, which had a very big focus. It's on rural land and had a very big focus around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health and making a safe place to perform that type of medicine and healthcare. I had the opportunity of addressing one of the ESOs locally in Bundaberg, and it became very evident that there was a huge gap for veterans in the Bundaberg area. And as a result, I suddenly got entrenched by lots and lots of veterans, and we're very lucky to have several hundred veterans who attend our practice, some who see me, and I'm very lucky to have recruited another veteran doctor as well, and other doctors who now have a veteran-centric aspect of their practice, as well as our Indigenous focus and mainstream.
Thank you. And Professor Murphy, you've mentioned there that you commenced your work having identified a gap in services for the veteran population. In your experience, to what extent do you think that the mental health needs of the general, and I'm speaking generally now, the general veteran population are being met?
It's a complex discussion, which I have no doubt has been explored extensively here. But can I say that I think that a lot of the services that are available are extremely well run. There are certainly some challenges in access, particularly in the rural and remote areas, and if COVID's done nothing for us, it's certainly enhanced our ability to use technology to access that, so I think that's a big positive. But all of those services, no matter how good they are, all rely upon us responding to crisis or near crisis. It requires people to access care at a time when they are least likely to want to address their situation. So I think there is such a great opportunity for us to develop resources that actually go upstream and stop people jumping into the water rather than continuously doing what we do now, well or not, which is pulling them out of the water to save them from drowning.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Murphy, having explained that in respect of the general population, might you also comment as to whether there are any specificities or particularities of the provision of mental health services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans?
I think that a lot of the challenges, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans, is around shame. It's a sense of weakness. And because we've worked so terribly hard over the years to remove stigma associated with mental health, you know, no matter how much we try, we have failed to whatever level in this regard. I mean, if 1 in 5 Australians have a mental health condition and half of us will have a mental health concern before we pass, why is it such a stigma? So the fact that we still have that stigmatisation is a huge impediment. And so depending upon where our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans go to access care, having them actually reach out, or having family or community that are strong enough and well resourced to actually reach out on their behalf, is a significant challenge.
Yes, thank you, Professor Murphy. You've mentioned two topics, if I may put it that way there. When you were speaking of the general veteran population, you talked about the idea of going upstream and perhaps helping veterans and their families, presumably, before the moment of crisis. Are you able to identify, perhaps for the commissioners, some ideas as to how you what might be implemented in order to provide that help to those veterans and families?
Certainly, with respect to my own service, to what I see today, there have been absolute leaps and bounds in the resourcing and services that have been offered to servicemen and women. Certainly, ensuring that they are well dealt with within their service, without fear of the repercussions that come from that potential sense of weakness, and not being able to access care because they fear of their promotional opportunities or being discharged. But in order to allow GPs to access and service that population, I think sorry, I've just lost my train of thought.
Let me see if I can assist you,
Sorry,
Professor Murphy.
thank you.
You were discussing your own service and further being able to access service without fear of repercussions, and from the fear in relation to promotional opportunities. So some perhaps barriers to access because of concern of loss of job and the like.
I think certainly for me, my own lived experience gives me an opportunity with my veteran patients. We all have very different experiences, but we have some commonalities in the way that we, have some lived experience, and that allows me an opportunity to engage with them in a way that maybe some other general practitioners or health providers might not be able to do so. So I think that barrier is certainly there, but being able to connect, to build those relationships is so important.
Yes.
And the tenet, I think, in the theme of the questions that we're talking about today is that veterans, when they're actually serving, so military personnel, are hand-fed their health care throughout their service. So they need not do anything other than if they injure themselves to go. But as they post in and out of their postings and the likes, they will be told when to go. When they're discharged from the military, then they're just let loose. And so, they don't necessarily understand what Medicare is and the likes. And so they tend to access healthcare only when there's a need, such as they've had a wound or an injury or something. And so the importance of making that transition for our existing transitioning veterans, but also to bring our existing veterans into and develop relationships with the primary care sector is so important, because it's those relationships that allow you to respond and pick up subtleties that often lead to those nuances that allow you to do the interventions on the mental health sector.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. And you've mentioned the notion of stigma in particular as it relates to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans. Might I ask you to comment on whether the matters that you've just raised might go some way to overcome the difficulties posed by that stigma, or to ameliorate that?
I think that, like I said, that that stigma, despite the prevalence of mental health in our community, is still very strong. Even if we don't talk about it, we can pretend all we like, but people tend not to talk about these issues until it starts to become or is very disruptive to their lives. those relationships with their general practitioner, and I see it in my practice each and every day. In fact, most of my practice evolves around some form of mental health care, even if that is actually just building up someone's self-esteem to encourage them to keep going, to give them purpose in their life. And so that is such a cornerstone of the care that I'm involved in, that I see in our practice, that I see happens in a lot of general practices across the country without necessarily understanding why we do it. It just is core of how we do business. So I think that if we can do nothing more for veterans than to help them to establish a working relationship, a trusting relationship with their general practice, with that primary care sector, that will go a long way to giving them an opportunity to voice concerns that may or may not come along during the life journey.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Murphy, do you see particular issues that arise from the intersection of identity, if I might put it that way, that between, for somebody who both identifies as an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person, but who is also a veteran? Are there particular issues that arise? And are there particular solutions that you might have in mind to those issues?
I think it's an interesting concept because I've seen historically evidence of this in regard to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who have joined the Defence Force in the early days before the referendum, when they weren't considered to be other than flora and fauna. And so these men and women were involved in defence and were respected and treated relatively well, and had a relatively good experience given the circumstances in which they served. And then when they come home, a lot of these men and women weren't able to go to the RSL. They went back, and the racism and stigma that was associated, they were re-entered, and so they went back to a fairly significant adversity. And I think that while it's not as obvious nowadays, there's still a degree of that. I think that men and women of Indigenous background that serve in the military, the experience today, I think, is very supportive. And I think I've seen evidence in my own experience of people that have had a really wonderful opportunity to grow their own cultural understanding, particularly through recruit school, where there's a tri-service program, and I've seen that just recently with one of my patients that went through that training. So I think that what we need to do for these people as they come back out into civilian life is to make sure that we help them to transition. And I think there's some great opportunities from the cultural processes that are in place within service at the moment to make sure that Indigenous culture is very much about family. And my own experience, and certainly my understanding of military culture, is of family. And so if you don't help people transition at the end of their time, then what you're effectively doing is a form of genocide, because suddenly they're disconnected, they're divorced, all of their families no longer exist. Now, certainly we've got opportunities today with electronics and what have you to keep some of those relationships going, but there's certainly a big risk that people become divorced and suddenly their family ties and the sense of isolation that can stem from that can be really quite catastrophic.
Yes, thank you. Professor Murphy, you've mentioned there are some opportunities in order to address that, particularly in the cultural offerings within the Defence Force. By that, are you referring to the cultural mentors? How might this be elaborated? How might those how might it be put in place in order to assist people who are transitioning?
I think the thing to understand, and again, there's some central themes, I suppose, as I've reflected upon the evidence that I've had to give today. Some of the central themes are about that journey. Everyone's journey is individual, and there's a timeline here. And so my own experience of timeline, if I might indulge just a little, is I had a gentleman who was also from Gunnedah when I was 15, and he was a cook in the Navy. And so if we were to be absent without leave, they would hunt you down and drag you back kicking and screaming, particularly at 16 or 17 years of age. This fellow would go AWOL and go home. No one ever found him. because he identified as Aboriginal, and yet at that stage I wasn't aware of that aspect, and I didn't. So I think that from that example of my own lived experience to where we are today, of this young lady, my patient who went in at 17 and went through a process before she actually went to mainstream recruit training, where they had a tri-service induction process where all of the Indigenous recruits went through a process of relationship building. And I just think that is so amazing. And she used that as an opportunity to actually develop cultural strength as they went into their mainstream practice. The other thing is that I'm aware, and for my military gentlemen in the room, there is this somewhat sense of I'm Navy, and Navy runs through my blood, and my apologies to my colleagues, but I can't help that. So I've maintained that contact throughout life, and so I had the opportunity of a great discussion with the Warrant Officer of the Navy just recently about some of those cultural changes, and we were talking about cultural leadership, where leading seamen and petty officers are actually now engaged at various key bases around the country to make connections between leadership within the defence and the local communities, and to build resources for those Indigenous recruits and servicemen and women. There are moves to make sure that health services are culturally appropriate, so that they're not necessarily provided by Joint Health Command, and particularly for women. And there's also a cultural mentor that I'm aware of within Navy at the rank of Commander, who feeds directly into the Chief of Navy's office to make sure that there's opportunity. And I am aware from our Army experience of a retired Warrant Officer, Auntie Violet, who has been kept on and provides that cultural opportunity. So it's been a huge paradigm shift, and I think there are some really amazing opportunities for us to use that moving forward, to continue building the great work that they're doing now, but also to maybe look at some opportunities around transitioning and building that resilience. And we have a really amazing opportunity, if we do this really well, of not just helping those veterans, but actually building resilience back in Aboriginal communities, in those Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, where there's a lot of focus around military service, around people being broken. And then the fact is, a lot of people come out exceptionally useful and strong, and would be great champions in community. And I think there's a great opportunity that's evolving there.
And do you see the maintaining of a link from service through transition, say through a cultural mentor, as one way of maintaining connection for the veteran, both to the family with whom they served, and then also bringing their experience into the community into which they enter?
I think so. I mean, we have a multitude of Aboriginal language groups across Australia, but those cultural relations that are built, I think, will help people to transition without necessarily, because everyone's going to have a different transition experience, and so it allows them to maybe avoid some of that isolation. If we can try and maintain for the several years, maybe post discharge, an opportunity for those relationships, it might help to take people through that divorce process.
Thank you. And might I ask you to explore some of the other pressures that might be faced, if I can put it that way, that come from being both Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and a veteran?
I wondered whether we could put an explanation into one of the dictionaries, into the definition of confusion. If you could imagine, as an Aboriginal, in my case, an Aboriginal man, the challenges that I face around the effects of colonisation, transgenerational trauma, disconnection with land, the fact that at the age of 57, I'm trying to reconnect and learn language. I mean, it's a terribly great, proud moment for me to be able to do an acknowledgement of country in language, but to find how to do that, to actually get the connections with my mob, to be able to learn that, has been quite a challenge. So if we look at someone working through that, and then you ask them to take an oath to the Crown, if that's not a definition of confusion, I don't know what is. And yet, Aboriginal men and women stand up and do that, and they do that proudly, and they serve our country with great pride and dignity. So I think that we also need to understand that some of this is about a population that are facing the effects of oppression, and they go into military service where the sheer nature of military service is one of answering to people without question. And that's how we make sure that we keep our men and women, particularly on the front line, safe. So I think that there are all of these conflicting ideas that occur subliminally as well. There are subconscious issues. So while they might not be aware of it up front, I think we need to be very aware of it as we take people on that journey and make sure that we support them in that process.
Yes, thank you. And Professor Murphy, might I ask you this? Based on your experience, do you think Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans are at a greater risk or elevated risk of poor mental health outcomes and potentially suicidality and suicide?
I've had the opportunity of referring to the testimonies from Dr. Andrew Koo and also to Professor Helen Milroy, both of whom are very good friends and mentors of mine, and they talk about this as well. I think that mental health has a core that is affected certainly by chronic disease. And as we well know, chronic disease has a theme through Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. As I've said before, I think that a lot of our Aboriginal men and women come out of defence, actually come out stronger and in the best state of health that they've probably ever experienced in life, which is awesome. And we should take that opportunity to champion them back into their communities. Can I say that we know that from a compensation point of view, if you can't get somebody back to work within 3 months, the chances of actually getting them back to meaningful employment is much reduced. At the moment, despite the fact that we have good people trying to do amazing things with the resources they've got, a process that can take up to 3 years to process the compensation pathway for a veteran goes no way to avoiding that. And so what we're actually doing in the system at the moment is actually growing that chronic disease process, I believe. I see people living that instead of getting on with their lives and showing the strength and resilience that they otherwise might do. So I think there's a huge opportunity there that we might otherwise avoid if we can. And I know that there's some really great work, and Dr. Trish Batchelor is doing some excellent work at the moment around transitioning to help veterans to actually get their compensation process sorted as they're transitioning, so that we don't have that sort of 3-year process at the moment, which would be awesome, but that's not resourced as well as it should, and I think that research is gold.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Murphy, to the extent that there might be an elevated risk, am I correct in assuming that there is an elevated risk for veterans who are also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders?
I believe so, yes.
You've mentioned the question of chronic disease, so there are underlying factors, I take it, is that right, that exist for a veteran in those circumstances, perhaps relating to their Aboriginality or identification as a Torres Strait Islander person, is there a compounding effect? Might you explore the interrelationship between the two?
I think so. I mean, if we look at the risk factors for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people throughout the lifespan, certainly diseases like diabetes and renal disease, cardiovascular risk and the like are certainly quite prevalent. I think one of the most interesting conversations I had with a delegate most recently was a conversation that there's no culture of alcohol consumption in the military at the moment. It's certainly not what I see, and it is a great way of actually building relationships and that camaraderie, that mateship that comes from that. But certainly that is the case, and so that feeds into people who then use alcohol and other drugs as a coping mechanism, particularly when they're remiss in not feeling comfortable to step forward and seek help. So I think those coping strategies then become more of a mainstay. And then we compound that, and again, building upon my Navy experience, thank you, I didn't have to carry those big packs around like the poor Army guys did. And so I understand that, certainly the effects upon knees and the likes, so that value adds in that, people are going to then develop concerns with osteoarthritis and joint concerns, joint and musculoskeletal concerns at a much younger time in their lifespan than they might otherwise. And so all of those things then go work through. And when you're dealing with chronic pain, of course, that enhances the risk of the effects of mental health. And we all know that if you can wake up feeling refreshed each day, then the ability to get through the day is much better than if you're starting from behind the eight ball for certain.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor Murphy. And might I ask you to consider risk and protective factors for veterans generally, and in particular Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans? Might you comment on those?
I think that if I think about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people accessing healthcare, there is opportunities. So if we're talking about people who might have accessed the childhood pathway through Aboriginal community control and other such health processes in their early years, they're more likely to leave defence and then and see the value in engaging with primary care services. I think that that's a protective factor. I think that building those resources so that people have access and understanding of the Medicare system, particularly while they might be still serving, is really protective as well. So that it's not seen as such a punitive process necessarily, because understanding too when you're serving that there is a huge risk of attending the RAP or the sick bay for injuries, because the risk of being stigmatised as being a malingerer is really strong. And so I struggle with that a lot in trying to find evidence of people's injuries. And I've actually seen situations where people have been called as witnesses for DVA to give evidence for someone else's claim because they were at a certain place, and yet the system has actually denied them and suggested that they were lying, that they weren't actually there on the basis of the documented evidence. So I think there is certainly that scenario. So we've got to demystify that and give people opportunity. I think the other thing, just while I think of it, if I may, there's a real opportunity here within general practice. Some years ago, I had the opportunity of influencing the fifth standards of the accreditation process. And in doing so, we made sure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, as part of that accreditation process, identified. So when you come into the practice, you were identified as part of the standards. And so you were marked on that as part of the process. That allowed people to access initiatives such as the Closing the Gap initiative and access to various other services. I think there's a real opportunity for us at the moment if we were able to do a similar thing for our veteran population. If we could get veterans to identify that same process, what we would actually do is we would be able to potentially, with the utilisation of software, to make sure that we picked up opportunities that might otherwise be missed, particularly if the general practice team were unaware of opportunities. The practice might actually promote and suggest things that they might be able to try. But it would actually allow us to then historically go back and have a look at some of these research opportunities about the veteran experience in engaging the healthcare system, whereas at the moment the data is just not available to us. So this is a real gift, I think, as we move forward, that certainly we're pushing at the moment through the college to get accepted.
Thank you. And Professor Murphy, might you, in your experience, identify now some strategies or approaches in suicide prevention for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans in particular?
The big issue, I think, is around shame, and it's about seeing that as a sense of weakness. So in Aboriginal culture, and understanding that Aboriginal culture is a very diverse concept in itself, because it's not necessarily what you might think about in a textbook. Aboriginal culture is about what happens in a small, remote Aboriginal community. It's what happens in the middle of Sydney. It's what happens in people who suddenly because of a range of evaluation. For argument's sake, effects of Ancestry.com, people suddenly find out that they've got a new family, and in doing so that they've got links to indigeneity. So how we engage that. So it's very, I suppose I'm cautious about making stereotypical assumptions, but I think that we can't undervalue the importance of role modelling, mentoring and championing. The men and women, men in particular in these communities, rely very strongly upon strong male role models. And I think that the opportunity to make sure that we give them opportunities to transition from the military back into their civilian lives and maintaining the opportunity to have or be strong role models. And that's a real opportunity that I think if we take that wellness model forward, that we have a real opportunity to actually take Aboriginal men and women back into community as very strong champions of health and well-being as we move forward. And I think in doing that, we then help to build the resilience that is a significant strengthening factor so far as protection against suicide.
Thank you. And might that relate then to the idea of the cultural mentor who follows the veteran from the time of service within the Defence Force, as you mentioned, through their transitioning period as well and beyond?
I believe this is a gift that's just waiting for us to embrace.
Yes. Thank you. And you've mentioned also, Professor Murphy, the notion of family and the search for family. Might you explain the role of families and family relations in the prevention of suicide and suicidality in the veteran population, in particular, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander populations?
I think the evidence of Professor Milroy that I found particularly enlightening was her explanation around kinship models, that they're just closer. So often in the more traditional Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures, it's possible to have many mums, many dads, many brothers and sisters and cousins. And in doing so, I loved her comment of it's almost impossible to be orphaned in such a community. I think that is one of the strong points for me around the military, is that it's knowing that people have your back. And so Professor Milroy, alluded to the fact that one of those parenting roles is that children grow up in that type of scenario, knowing that they're safe, that they are protected and that someone loves them and is nurturing them. And certainly that's my experience in the Navy. That's my experience with the veteran patients who I look after nowadays, and I would say actually I share a therapeutic relationship in the way that they care and for care and concern for myself as well. So I think that that's a very strong part of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture that still is very strong in military culture as well.
So you're having said that, Professor Murphy, am I correct in understanding that in a sense you're developing various notions of family? So you have the direct blood relationship, but if you're looking at an expanded model of kinship, you have a relationship you've spoken about with your treating practitioner, you have a relationship with your cohort and your community in defence. Is that am I correct in understanding that?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the risks that we run, that I see when particularly some of the my newer patients that are coming to me in the transition process, they're going through that sense of loss, of losing that family, even though there's the excitement about moving on to the next chapter of their life. There is that sort of sense of loss that comes with that. And I think that the other thing to acknowledge is that kinship model extends beyond what we understand. There's an unmentioned process that goes on there. I know in my own experience, I travelled to America, and some of my most amazing cultural experiences were with First Nations friends and family that I created over in America and through Alaska, because you were accepted and treated as family. There was an instant acceptance. And I see that a lot with the military. My new patients that come to see me, there's a connection immediately. It's up to you what you do with that, but there is a connection that comes from shared experience, and I think that's underrated.
And might you explain to the commissioners how the family, perhaps even at the different types of family you've identified, might play a role in the promotion of the health and well-being of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans? What do they facilitate?
They facilitate trust. They facilitate an opportunity to have your back. I think that in my own practice, one of the strengths that we have is the care and support that we afford families of veterans as well. So when we take on a veteran, we take on their family. And I think that it's really important that families who have your back understand the resources that may or may not be available to you or to them. I still remember very vividly a lady sitting in my room when she was going through quite a significant health crisis with the passing of her husband, and I was able to offer her the services of open arms, to which she broke down, I thought, to the situation at hand. But it was really about, and she said, you know, after 40 years, this is the first time DVA has done anything for me. And I think we need to make sure that as we move through this, the importance of building resilience amongst families so that they can remain strong and care for the veteran, that's paramount. But it's important that the veteran knows the whole reason for military service is to make our country a better place to live, and that obviously starts with looking after our families. And so we need to make sure that our veterans know that their families are well cared for as well, both when they're here and when they may not be.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. And might I explore the notion of access to healthcare services and barriers to access, and also the notion of help seeking? Might you explain to the commissioners the importance of encouraging help seeking amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans and veterans more generally?
I spoke a little while back about the fact that, you know, during your military service you effectively get healthcare delivered to you on a platter and you're told how to engage with that process, other than when it's most obvious that you might need to. We need to find ways to transition our veterans into civilian life so that they continue that. So at the moment there are certainly opportunities with the 5 annual health checks, but there's more to building a relationship than an opportunity to go 5 times. And particularly in those first few years, veterans are still trying to find their feet and they may move around several times. And so the opportunity to develop a relationship with one particular health service at that time might be more challenging. But I think that is really paramount. I know that I engage with my veterans. I get them to come in and they do their health checks, they do their GP management plans. It becomes a 3-monthly journey. I try and provide services so that we do their blood collection and the likes, because I believe that every time I get an opportunity for them to engage with our health service, not just me, but the health service generally, is an opportunity to build a relationship. It's an opportunity for them to say, oh, by the way, while I'm here, as frustrating as that is, particularly on a busy day, it's an opportunity for them to say, hey, look, I've got a bit of a problem with this, or I need a hand. And so developing those relationships, I think, is absolutely paramount.
So is it correct then to say that you see trust as a fundamental basis for encouraging help seeking, for people to feel that they can reach out and access those services?
Without trust, people will not open up to you. You need to, it's more than just getting them in the door. They need to know that that's a safe place for them to engage, where they, you know, the number of times that I've had families of veterans, you know, come for an appointment for themselves only to tell me, look, I'm worried about dad, or I'm worried about my husband or wife. And I have lots of families that have husband and wives and mothers and fathers who are all veterans. You know, the opportunity for them to feel safe, that they know that I'm not going to go out and blurt it, that it's all about their relationship. They can come and say to me with a degree of safety, knowing that I will take that information and try and do the very best I can for their loved one. I think that doesn't happen by accident. And I think GPs are really good at this. I think GPs make you know, they do this for their communities on a regular basis, but there's an opportunity to help enhance their understanding and resourcing, particularly in the care of veterans. I've often used the tenet that if we do Aboriginal health really well, one of the proudest components of my activity in this section, and you've got to take this in context, is that we won't close the gap, or at least it'll be more challenging. Because if we do it really, really well, you don't turn those skills off. You don't put those resources away when you look after mainstream patients. So therefore, Aboriginal health starts to drive the healthcare of the entire nation, and that is one of the most proudest achievements that I've been involved in and witnessed in my time in healthcare in recent times. And I believe that we're at the precipice of doing the very same thing with veteran care. If we make sure that we can promote this very same system, then veteran healthcare can start to challenge and promote the importance, the absolute crucial nature of engaging in primary healthcare for a community moving forward. And I think that would be a really amazing outcome from this commission.
And tell me, Professor Murphy, what sort of opportunities do you see can be taken up in order to assist GPs in promoting healthcare in the way you have indicated?
Does that allow me another 4 hours of testimony? Look, to be honest, I witness within DVA good people doing good things each and every day. I would argue that there's almost no situation I can't find a solution to. There is someone within DVA that I'm able to ring and make things happen. So my patients get extraordinarily amazing care, and the patients at our practice because of those networks. But I don't necessarily want to share those networks with the wider sector because A, it'll burn those other guys out and then my patients don't get the care. So we've got to find a way for the system to develop those networks. And DVA are very keen and invested in this. And I've been working closely with the current Chief Health Officer, Jenny Furman, who I served with back in the Navy when I was a young fellow and she was a surgeon lieutenant. And she's committed to this process. So, and as is the Secretary. So, you know, this is evolving at the moment, but certainly COVID and an election and putting this past the new minister has certainly slowed that process down. But there is some great work going on, and certainly Dr. Dan Corkery is leading some of that at the moment. So there's certainly things happening within the system, but I think there's a great opportunity. I'm aware that the minister is keen to have less committees than more. I think that the opportunity here, and I need to be clear that I don't think that GPs are the answer to all of healthcare solutions, but I would argue that general practice is the landing point. So if you leave the defence and you want to access any form of healthcare other than maybe ringing open arms as a cold call, you really need to engage with your general practice. And from that, those referral processes will go on. So we could have amazing systems in place, but if your general practitioner and their team are not resourced and educated in how to engage with the veteran population, then we are surrounded by missed opportunities. And I think that we need for the minister to understand the opportunity he has. We have 40,000 GPs across Australia. We have an evolving military chapter and veteran health chapter within the College of GPs, and also a commitment from the College of Rural Remote Medicine. So there's a real opportunity for us to actually get that message out there, but we need to educate. There's some issues at the moment around Medicare and the complexities of that, and we need to understand that the DVA process and care for veterans is actually then built on top of that Medicare process, so it becomes even more complex. So we need to find ways to inform general practitioners about the opportunities. There is a situation where doctors are being disincentivised to actually utilise the item numbers that are available to us to do veteran health, to do care for our patients. And yet DVA are very keen for us to use the item numbers that are there and the funding that is there. But it doesn't fit well when we are at threat under the PSR for audit here, when we've actually then got DVA saying, no, we want you to use this. So we've got to find ways to get that information out there and to educate about what those item numbers are and the opportunities that there are, because there are quite a lot. And the CVC program, which allows a range of other supports to be put in place, is also a very amazing resource that we can use that's been opened up not just for our gold card veterans, but also for white card veterans with an accepted condition for mental health.
Thank you. So thank you, Professor Murphy. So do you see as a particular concrete or one concrete solution to the problem is education of GPs to use these item numbers in order to provide services to the veteran population, so that there are services there that veterans can be told about and that they can then access, and GPs can be remunerated and put in a position to provide those services?
I believe so. I think that the DVA website has a lot of information on it, and if you know what you're looking for, you can find it relatively easily. But if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know what you're looking for. So I think that we need to find ways to educate. I think we need to find ways to resource, to remunerate. I mean, if we look at the moment around the documentation for completing the various assessments through the compensation pathway, the document actually says that it was last reviewed in 2014. You know, we're living in a situation where there was a Medicare freeze, and for the last sort of 10 years or so, the Medicare increase this year was 1.6%. And depending upon where you're listening to, it's anywhere between 6 and 8% CPI increase. I mean, the system is just falling apart around us. And we need to understand that on that basis, the DVA system remunerates GPs on a basis of 115% of the Medicare rate. So it is linked to that Medicare rate. And so sadly, what we're chasing at the moment is a move away from universal bulk billing, because general practice is falling apart, mostly because of the effects of COVID has made that more obvious, but this long process of effective defunding. And so as a result, the little bit of extra funding that we did get for caring for veterans is now a disincentive, because if you're getting $100, for argument's sake, for seeing a mainstream patient and $58 or $60 for seeing a veteran, the situation gets, and particularly because they're complex and understanding the system is complex, it becomes a disincentive to get involved in veteran care, particularly if you're only looking after a dozen or so veterans, depending on where you might be, unlike ours where we've got several hundred veterans. But I think that's a great opportunity. So certainly remuneration. We also looked at education around giving qualifications, linking it to CPD, but there's a whole range of things, and acknowledging, and one of that might be in doing the education process, it might actually link the general practice or nurses into a greater form of enhanced remuneration processes. So that we're looking at a whole range of opportunities there.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. And on the topic of access, and you spoke about the impact of COVID and the increase of perhaps telehealth services, and it's moved that along. Might I just speak about access for rural and remote communities? Are you able to elaborate on that a little bit more? What's the importance of relationship building in those communities, and the importance of accessing healthcare for those communities?
Australia has a unique health system, and if you look at some of the more rural and remote areas, some of those townships are serviced by one GP. I looked after the town of Eidsvold, a population of around 1,000, where I was the GP during the day, and I also ran the hospital. So, it was not uncommon to be working 16, 18-hour days. So the opportunity to respond to health promotion, it's reactive medicine often, and I suppose so there is a challenge to then invest in those relationship building to the same degree you might experience in other places. So I think that, making sure that we can resource those communities, and certainly there is a move towards making those communities now a multi-doctor practice, but building that relationship up, the utilisation of nursing staff, making sure that we've got effective practice management to help resource that will go a long way to making sure that we can then build those relationships and move forward. And certainly, as you rightly say, the access to telehealth has been a huge move forward. Again, there's been a defunding in that, unfortunately, and I'm not sure why, but certainly one of the greatest things that I was able to use in recent years was the access to sit with a psychiatrist and my patient, most of whom were veterans, and actually go through that. So rather than relying upon a document to come back, we were all part of that journey, and so we made real changes right there and then, wrote scripts, did referrals, all of that sort of stuff occurred real time while we were there. That funding has now stopped, and so there's more of an incentive for the patient and the psychiatrist, for argument's sake, to engage. But one of the challenges we've got, particularly around the deficiency in resources around psychology and psychiatric care, trying to access that is really difficult. The numbers on the ground are really strained at the moment. And so certainly opening up the opportunity for telehealth is really important, I think, as we move forward. But making sure that we engage those local supports, I think, are really good, because if the general practice team, the GP in particular, is aware of the process going on, it makes it easier at that remote level to make sure that we make changes that are consistent with the intention of that therapeutic relationship. So, and I'm seeing that. I think that is actually what's evolving. If there was, if that's one good thing that's come out of the effects of COVID, is certainly the way in which the medical profession across the board has responded to the use of technology.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. Now, might I move to another topic? The National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island Suicide Prevention Strategy are among several significant strategies and plans that clearly and unequivocally identify Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as being at a higher risk of suicide than the general population. And I think that accords with what you have said. And veterans too are identified as being a group at a higher risk of dying by suicide. Might I ask you to consider these issues? What is the importance of making specific reference to various identities or at-risk groups in suicide prevention strategies? Do you think it's valuable? If so, why so?
Well, I think it's critical, but I think that we need to do it on the background of understanding that we each have an individual journey. So without losing the fact that each and every patient that walks through the door is in their own right an individual, understanding that they might belong to one or more at-risk groups certainly heightens the opportunity for you to instigate interventions early. And might I say that in doing so, that goes to the core of what I was saying before. It's not about responding to crisis management. It's actually about developing that relationship so that you can avoid the development of the crisis by having those early interventions.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Murphy, given your experience, both as a medical professional and also as a member of the National Advisory Council for Open Arms, are you able to comment on what Defence and DVA might offer to mitigate risk for these populations when they leave the Defence forces, whether by means of strategies and identification or by other means?
I think that we're dealing with a large animal here, and I would go back to the fact that we have a system of good people trying to do good things. There's been a lot identified in recent years about opportunities, and I have seen daily evidence of the system responding to that. I understand that's not always seen by some of my veteran patients, and I think that there's an opportunity for the system to always do better. And unfortunately, in a time when the appetite for change and response has never been as great as I've ever seen, we have gone through a global pandemic which has changed the world forever. And I think that when I look at my own involvement with the Open Arms National Advisory Council, we've gone from the magic of having a meeting where all of those networks and relationships are built to doing a teleconference which makes it so much easier to run on time for certain. But you miss all of that other magic. And so my own understanding of some of those processes are somewhat limited because we have lost that opportunity for that process, which has been challenged, and then add that to the election process and a new minister. But having said that, I'm aware that the system continues on behind the scenes and great work's been going on. The development of the veteran and family hubs is unfolding, and there's significant funding going into strategic placement of those to 10 locations, so increasing to 10 locations around Australia. And they in themselves, I think, is a model that will become tremendously valuable because they're built upon a social emotional wellbeing opportunity. So it's not just about a GP or a psychologist or an occupational therapist. There are all sorts of opportunities within that facility to respond to the veterans' needs, such as administration and support for their compensation pathway for completing all of those documentation that's required to get their entitlements sorted with DVA. So I think that from those models, while they will be great for the places where they will be strategically located according to where certain defence bases are, what we learn from those and how we might be able to roll that out into other facilities, I think will be quite invaluable. So it's early days, absolutely, but what's been seen up front is really quite valuable. The work that Dr. Batchelor is doing in regard to her pilot around transitioning builds upon what I've already seen around the transitioning process, which is really important. But we've got to find ways to actually help veterans to take their health record with them. They need to own that and take it with them, because otherwise their first landing point when they go out to their health centre is probably where those health records will stay. As the people move around, they'll probably have a health summary that will go with them to say that they had a snotty nose and an earache and an immunisation. So there may be missed opportunities. So I think, and that's evolving, and I'm seeing evidence of that at the moment. So I think that they're very valuable evidence of what DVA and the system are actually doing at the moment to support veteran care.
And might you be able to identify other aspects, how ADF and how Defence and DVA can better manage transition, and what opportunities might be identified there?
I think just building upon what I've said before, I think if we can find ways to help the pilot program that Dr. Batchelor is doing to build upon the goodwill, if I can say that as someone at the other end of the spectrum in trying to gather evidence, given that we've got what I've already described in respect of an avoidance culture of going to the medical facility for fear of being labelled as a malingerer, and then we get what is remaining in the documentation, we need to be able to help our military medical service personnel to document in a way that both serves the clinical need of the day, which is the paramount issue, but also make sure that it is done in such a way that it also assists a veteran through that compensation pathway down the track. What would be even better, and that's part of the study as I understand it, is actually helping the veteran to actually go through that process there and then, so that it doesn't become a mammoth task at the end, but rather is a process that people travel through. Can I say that in 1986, when I discharged from the Navy, my role was to actually do the documentation, and so I supported the Deputy Medical Officer at HMAS Penguin, and my role was to do medical discharges from the Navy. I didn't even know who DVA was in 1986. So we have taken a big leap forward. I'm aware now that military service personnel, as they're being deployed, are educated in the aspects of Veterans Affairs and how they might actually make sure that they engage in that process as effectively as possible. So we have certainly made leaps and bounds in this respect, but we need to grow that, because otherwise we're relying upon GPs in the mainstream who don't understand the system to fill out, and I continuously see documentation from people with failed applications where the doctor has gone through because they're time poor and gone yes, no, and that doesn't meet the need, and so suddenly, you know, despite that process, the veteran doesn't get through, and so the process gets longer, the veteran gets more frustrated, their mental health gets destroyed, and to be honest, they just give up. They've had enough. It's, you know, once you've done this 2 or 3 times and you go back and you have all of this assessed, and then you apply for this, and then it all gets assessed again. Time and time again, I see veterans that go, I can't do this anymore, and we shouldn't put people through that.
How can you enable practitioners, Professor Murphy, to have a degree of access to DVA to enable them to lodge the claims and to assist their patients in making claims?
It's a really unfair system, isn't it? If you go through, so we rely upon advocates who are mostly voluntary, so they're good people doing good things. They have an interest in helping their brothers and sisters through that process, and it's a very involved process. So, there is a lot of information online, but again, it's online if you know what you're looking for and where to look. So I think that if there are ways to make that easier, that would be awesome. Documentation, certainly, to be honest, documentation that is digital would be awesome. I get a wad of paper that's printed out, and I've got good writing for a doctor. And, you know, there are pages upon pages, and many of those pages are the same wording, and the opportunity to cut and paste that, because each page is assessed in its own right. So if we could find ways to digitise that, to be able to, and God forbid, if we look at the current media with Medibank and recently with Optus, we need to make sure that the electronic submission of this is done appropriately, because the documents are full of all sorts of identifiers, including Medicare and or DVA numbers. So if we could find ways to make that whole process easier so it could be, you know, communicated. And also, we still rely tremendously upon fax at the moment to communicate with DVA, because there is a disincentive for general practice to use emails because of the security issues. So there is some real low-hanging fruit. But to be honest, while to us it seems low-hanging fruit, the issue is that it requires legislative change. So if I could please implore upon the commissioners that one of their suggestions might be that if we could get through that, we certainly seem to get through legislative change for COVID when there was an imperative. This would be a really great way to, it's low-hanging fruit if we could improve the communication process. Can I just say, I sat in the Qantas Club the other day with a retired Air Force doctor, and I embarked on a process to get him his veteran recognition pin. And it took me 58 minutes to get through to a place where we had a 3-minute, very wonderful discussion, bang, 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 done. And a week later, I'm aware that he's received that. He sent me an email to tell me so. But 58 minutes, that's the same number that I use to ring up to get patients access to veteran home care and a variety of other things. I don't have time. I don't have the resources to pay my nursing staff to stay online. And also, can I suggest that that aspect is very frustrating for the veterans. So when they engage in that process, the heightening of their PTSD symptoms is such that it is easier for me to find the time than it is to put them through that process. So I think there's some great avenues about ways, and particularly with COVID, if I can just allude, that what happens if you try and get through to a delegate. So I've got the delegate's direct number, but it goes through to the transport department, who then send an email to the delegate at home to ring me. But not only is that convoluted, but it also adds to the workload of the transport department, who aren't taking my call to arrange the transport for someone's, you know, doctor's appointment. So there's some low-hanging fruit there, definitely.
Thank you. Tell me, Professor Murphy, do you think that the system, as presently structured, relies too much, or is perhaps most effective when it is being accessed by doctors such as yourself, who have military experience and can and know how to navigate the system and have connection, contacts in DVA, if I can put it like that? What about those general practitioners who don't necessarily have that degree of knowledge? How might they be assisted?
Can I say that's what we're looking at with our leadership group at the moment. It's certainly, just quickly if I might, within the College of GPs, one of the first special interest groups that was started was actually the chapter of military medicine. It was that group that actually started an opportunity for people who had a vested interest in skin cancer or breast cancer or diabetes or what have you to start their own special interest groups. But that group is essentially about military doctors chasing aspects that will enhance their own careers, so doing trauma medicine and other such things. So it's not about how to look after veterans, it's how to get the best out of their own military experience from a medical perspective. And just recently, we have expanded that chapter to include veteran healthcare, because we acknowledge the fact that, you know, we might have a couple of hundred, for argument's sake, of military doctors within the ROCGP who are GPs, but we have 40,000 doctors across Australia who have access to veterans on a daily basis, and we need to get that information out. And I think that there's a whole range of ways that we can do that, but we need to develop resources that are meaningful for people who are busy, and we need to make sure that those resources are readily available to be able to interact with the patient on an as-needs basis, because not everyone has hundreds of patients, you know, some only have a couple. But if they understand the nuances early, then that's great. And I think there's opportunities for to get this education into undergraduate degrees so that people across the healthcare spectrum understand that veterans have opportunities for a range of resources. They need not know any more than that, because the goalposts might move over the time before they're able to access those as a provider. But, you know, we need to get that information out there, because there's not much you can't do for a veteran if you know what you're looking for, I promise.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. And you've mentioned there the GP leadership group, or the leadership group. Might you explain what that is to the Commission? So
over the past few years before COVID, we were gathering the movement, I suppose, of veteran doctors across, veteran GPs across Australia. So there are lots of different models. There's the model that I have, which is looking after what some might suggest is veterans who are located in God's waiting room, to places like Go To Health that are located at the outskirts of Enoggera Army Barracks, and they're dealing more with people who are transitioning on a daily basis. So there's lots of different models about how we engage with veterans, and what we're learning is that even though we do it often and considerably, that various ones of us aren't aware of opportunities that might be available. So if we aren't aware, then, you know, the general population of GPs aren't. And so this started a group of wanting to actually get that information out there. And can I say, it's again, good people doing good things, because none of this is remunerated. So when we take people out to have a working group, to have a meeting, while DVA in the past have certainly been very, very supportive and paid travel and accommodation, you know, we lose the income from our practice for the day or days that you might be travelling in order to be involved in this. So the opportunity for us to do that, to make, you know, to assist DVA to put some funding behind this would be really tremendous, because I think that this is a gift to DVA, this is a gift to the Minister and to the Australian Government to be able to engage in real effective, meaningful healthcare for veterans as we move forward. And again, as I said before, if we do this really well, then that investment will actually show rewards for the entire healthcare of our great country.
Thank you. And Professor Murphy, how might GPs who are seeing veterans get together, as it were, or communicate and exchange ideas? What do you have any suggestions or thoughts in this regard?
I mean, certainly it'd be great if someone funded a very big party for us, but clearly that's not going to happen. Look, again, I think COVID has certainly shown us the value of the use of technology, and I think the other thing that's very evident to me is that people use technology in very different ways. And so however we do this, we need to do it in a multitude of fashion that's going to allow everyone, or as many people as possible, to engage in that process. So certainly the use of technology is going to be imperative. I think the use of webinars, I have a veteran patient who is an ex-SAS soldier, and he has started he's got a video production. He does amazing work, and he's done some great work for us doing our Anzac Dawn service, which during COVID, when we couldn't meet went out and serviced 10,000 people. The utilisation of people who are already in the system, we can take veterans and make sure that we're utilising their services that build upon that relationship and trust. But we can certainly look at doing things like webinars or short, succinct videos about what is important, here are these forms, this is what you need to do, that will allow people to engage in that process. And I think if the website was a little less clunky, then we could certainly achieve that quite well.
Thank you. And Professor Murphy, what role might the college play in all of this? Do you see a role for them? Do you see some benefit in there being a veteran-specific healthcare group? Might you comment on that?
Well, absolutely, and we've been evolving that as we speak at the moment. And the college has long since embraced the opportunity of supporting both the military service and growing and giving opportunities for GP registrars who are currently serving to get their fellowship of the GP college. And also then now the extra opportunity for us to actually support veterans throughout the remainder of their lives to optimise that. So the college is absolutely engaged in this process. They have invested over a long time in doing that, and I was talking to the college owner yesterday in respect of this, and that timeline goes back 35 years. So they have a rich history in this area, and I think that the time is right. We have an opportunity. We simply need some funding and support, and I think that the appetite is absolutely there, but we need for the Minister to see this as being a critical investment, and to understand, please, that this in no way diminishes the role that any other health professional plays in the care of our veteran or our community. It just simply acknowledges the facts that general practice is a landing point on which we need to focus, and what we've got is a missed opportunity here, and it's just begging for an opportunity for you to use it.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. Now, might I return to the topic of the services? Are you able to elaborate on the effectiveness of some good programs within the three services that are relevant to developing cultural respect for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander veterans?
I think from what I was saying before, I just think that my own experience in recent times with the recruit training around that tri-service process of taking those Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander recruits into each of the services and allowing them time to grow together to build those relationships are so strong, particularly as the number within our service personnel grows. The opportunity for that to permeate through for those lifelong friendships and support processes to grow are really important. And what that does is there's a few things. There's the established system processes that we've spoken about with respect to developing the cultural mentors and leaders. But what we actually are creating here is a sense of relationships, phone a friends within this process. And if we can if we can draw some similarities, if you like, with the Toowong Private Hospital PTSD program, what I see is of the many patients that I've had go through that program who do very well, they create friendships from within that program and they continue to support one another as they move forward. And I think that's one of the opportunities that comes out of this, both supporting these friendships, these mateships that grow from that relationship through their service, but then beyond as well.
And how can the leadership in the ADF participate and take a role in this?
I think certainly what I'm seeing at the moment from discussions from an outsider, I mean, I'm aware of stories that I hear for people that are engaged in the process, and certainly from a Navy point of view, I've had that discussion at various levels. I think that we are seeing that engagement with community at a really amazing level. I think that respect with establishing, certainly from an establishment point of view, the leadership actually creating relationships with local communities is a great step forward. I think that gives opportunities then for Indigenous personnel who then come to the base to be welcomed onto country. I think building those relationships go a long way, not to just helping people to not feel isolated away from their own homelands and families, but it also goes a huge way towards helping to re-establish and to rebuild cultural safety and cultural integrity amongst that personnel. So I think this is a real opportunity for Defence to build those relationships, and I know en masse that certainly the communities in those areas are keen to do so as well.
And tell me, Professor Murphy, how might leadership within the ADF and indeed DVA as well take a leadership role when it comes to suicide prevention?
I think that we've spoken before the opportunity to utilise these cultural mentors and the relationships that might be forged in a way that I've not seen in the past as an opportunity to build that relationship, so that as our Indigenous veterans are transitioning and into their transitioning years, I'm not sure what the timeline is for that, because it's different for different people. But certainly those relationships, and I think they have a life of their own, so if those relationships are there for a few years as an opportunity, then they can grow beyond that as friendships come from that, and that builds extra strength and resilience within the program to start with. But I think if we can do that, making sure that as people then transition out of the forces and back into community, we're actually going to help them to be to avoid that feeling of isolation, and also to help them with resources that might actually help them to establish programs within their own communities when they go back, because these are strong men and women who are healthy and have a message, and a very powerful message to give to their communities, and we don't want to miss that opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. And might you now, to the extent you haven't already identified topics or issues, might you suggest any recommendations that you would like to see implemented in order to improve the mental health and wellbeing of veterans, and in particular veterans who are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, that go to systemic issues to prevent suicide and suicidality?
I think certainly the one very strong point that I would see moving forward is an opportunity for funding and acceptance, I suppose, by the Minister, the importance of the role of general practice in that primary care setting as a crucial factor of being able to educate and resource and access for veterans and their families, and it's really important that we include the families in this process, access to care. Certainly what we've spoken around about the opportunity to build what is already happening around that cultural mentoring role within the tri-service area, I think has some very significant roles that may or may not have been anticipated as we've discussed today. And I think that certainly the opportunity to support veterans in the transition process and beyond is possibly one of the aspects of that process that may not have been explored, because again, these are big tasks, and sometimes we don't see the evidence of this for some years to come. And again, by us being able in general practice to actually change some of our data recording, we will have the opportunity to track some of that those outcomes, which I think would be very useful because there's not been a lot of research done in this area that I'm aware of, and we now have the opportunity to engage in that process.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. I might invite the commissioners now to ask any questions they have.
Thank you, Mr. Abigori, and thank you, Professor. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you very much, Professor. I have a number of questions. The first one is just, I'm wondering how you actually let people know about, in your practice, about your interest in both veterans and in First Nations care.
I would invite you to come and have a look, and I think it will speak for itself. When you walk into our practice, we're very lucky, I suppose, in that we established our practice on acreage on the outskirts of Bundaberg. So you look out of my window and see cattle grazing and kangaroos. Our practice is adorned with Aboriginal artwork from local artists. So we've got a tank there, a water tank that's been painted up with the handprints of all of our original patients. We have a veteran memorial and a memorial garden, which is adorned with plants that have been planted there by families of patients that have passed. So we have established a very safe and obvious process in the way, with the luxury, I suppose, that other people don't have if you were to have a medical centre or, say, in a shopping centre. We started that with pergolas out into the garden with my intention, to be honest, about being able to have safe discussions with families around palliative care with family who might be passing, and turned out to be an absolute godsend with the global pandemic. So we've been able to establish clinics in the garden that we can conduct care and keep the remainder of the practice safe from that point of view. It has become a place of repository for veterans cleaning out their house and appeasing their wives or husbands, and so we have lots of artefacts and plaques and pieces from ships. Funnily enough, being Navy, it tends to be more Navy stuff that comes to fore. And we have a big, we've just done an extension, and part of that is a conference room that is named after the Tingaira, which is the junior recruit training establishment. And we're going to launch that in February of next year. And former Chief of the Navy, Russ Crane AO, who himself was a 16-year-old Tingaira boy who's done very well in his career, is coming up to launch that. And so I think that, building upon what we've discussed today, I think what we've created is that mentoring and those relationships, a sense of trust. So the patients that come in have all helped to build those gardens and helped to keep the grass nice and green. They've come and rethatched and whatever. So there's a sense of ownership and investment. It's a safe place to come. But also for veterans, our Indigenous patients coming in for a first experience, it also exudes a sense of safety. There are opportunities, obviously some people don't have that luxury, but there are certainly opportunities around putting up artwork. I'm aware of some other veteran doctors who have their various medals or awards, but pictures of their service and likes and poppies and other such things, pictures and suggestions that may not be stimulatory for people with PTSD. I think that's also very important, but certainly a sense that there is, it's a safe place to be. And I think the opportunity of utilising existing resources like maybe the veteran recognition pin that could then be utilised maybe on the door to actually, so for other people it wouldn't even mean anything, but for a veteran walking through, it has a subliminal message of safety, and I think that those sorts of things would be very useful.
Thanks, Professor. I think you've built a nice picture that it's not just words on an advertisement or something like that.
No, it's actions,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I'm just wondering, in terms of the families, and I think it's possibly a superfluous question given what you've just described, but recently we were in a couple of other countries and talking with their services, and in the UK, for example, they were saying one of the issues is that families might not want to identify that they actually have a family member who's a veteran. And they were suggesting that there needed to be some way to actually kind of promote that people need to tell their GP that they've got a family member who's a veteran, because otherwise the GP might not know if they're not actually that veteran's, GP. Do you have any thoughts about that?
If I build along what I was saying before, I think about the opportunity under the standards to actually, mandate's not the right word because the profession is keen to do this, but if we had systems within our software that allowed us to identify veterans, and we need to be clear upon the language, because a veteran like myself doesn't necessarily see myself as a veteran because I don't have active service. I was fortunate enough to serve during what DVA call the Great Peace. But we have to be careful to make sure that service of one day of full-time service if we can identify that, then there's opportunities within this wonderful world that we live in with technology at the moment to then tap that in that would not only help to identify, but also give opportunities to say, have you thought about this? Have you actually done a mental health plan for this veteran? There are all sorts of triggers that would then sort of, in your busy day would allow you to make appointments to follow up and other such things. So again, as we move forward, there's some just amazing opportunities. So I think that certainly using our resources to assist the college along this way, because that then goes to practice accreditation across Australia. These are great ways of getting some low-hanging fruit up and running really quickly, and also gives us the opportunity of data that even if the practice isn't able or keen to use it right now, would still be in the repository that we could draw upon, at a later stage. So I think that, these are great opportunities.
Can I just clarify, the reference to the accreditation standards was more in relation to Indigenous practice or care of Indigenous patients rather than veterans?
My experience previously was that was my task, that I'm very glad to say that we were able to achieve. So I have some experience in this, but we started the Aboriginal faculty within the college back in 2011, and so part of that process was acknowledging the fact that this was a way that we could actually do this, tap into ways to then influence, because there's a tick box now where you can identify if a patient's Indigenous, and therefore that enrolls them for closing the gap. So when you print off a script, it automatically puts the identifier in there. So there's ways to automate the system and make that so much easier. So certainly that's my experience with that process that we engaged upon some years back, but there is an opportunity to do the same with veterans.
Yeah, okay. I'm curious to ask, and in no way would I wish to diminish the central role that I think GPs play in healthcare, because I do think it's absolutely essential. But I'm just wondering about whether you have any thoughts about models for developing relationships, for veterans developing relationships that are not necessarily centred around the GP. Because other whether they're healthcare practitioners or other supports can be equally important.
Oh, absolutely. And I suppose I don't see them as being exclusive.
No, not at all.
I suppose my point, and thank you, because my point is that general practice is a landing point. So if you want to go and access these services, you go to your GP first, and then the magic happens from there. But the magic needs to happen. And the only way the magic happens is through relationships. And I could bore you for days on end about examples of those relationships that I have where I see, people do really well because of the relationship they have with a physiotherapist. The little things that we can do to get them a retractable hose. The latest apparently is a battery-operated retractable hose. But, out of that, what we do is we save money on hip replacements. But the other thing that I have is many of my veterans feel they don't want this service because someone else might need it, or, I don't really need it. So, what I don't see is a sense of veteran keen to grab everything they possibly can. There's actually quite a sense of, no, I don't want that, I don't really need it, and we need to help them to go on that journey. But if we do that, then the opportunity to keep them independent living just heightens, and it's much cheaper. And that's what I say to them, it's much cheaper from a selfish taxpayer's point of view to make sure I give you that hose and to give you a new hip. But that comes out of those relationships. So you're absolutely true. My point is we start here, and I'm a champion for that, but it doesn't end there. Thank you for bringing that point.
And I guess a related question to that then is the whole issue of the potential for social prescribing. Do you have any views about that?
I thought about this only last night. I think that my practice is evidence of social prescribing. Can I suggest that I have a series of older veterans. My My oldest veteran is a 95-year-old Navy veteran who joined, ironically, in Darwin back in the days when you shoveled coal into the engine, the furnace of the Corvette that he was serving on. He comes in still driving in his red little sports car type thing, telling me to lock up your great-grandmothers. He does that because of social prescribing. He comes to our practice not because he's got osteoarthritis, but because he feels good from a sense of belonging and ownership. And I truly believe in that. And I think a lot of that magic, comes from that sort of scenario. I think you're absolutely true. Social prescribing, we medicalise far too much. We focus far too much on an illness model. The opportunity to promote the successes of people who are well and functioning in our society are really immensely important. We do our dawn service because of the politics around all sorts of relationships, maybe with an RSL or what have you, but it's about an opportunity for people to come to a safe place to engage, and our dawn services, have 200 to 300 people turn up each and every year. Not many GP practices do that, but it's something that builds upon my own veteran experience, but the relationship that I have with those veterans, which is really important. So, yes.
Can I ask another question? You referred a number of times to Dr. Trish Batchelor's pilot program around transition, but I must confess I'm not entirely familiar with what that pilot program's aiming to do. Or what it's actually doing and what the aims are. Can you elaborate?
We might need to ask Dr. Batchelor.
Okay.
I'm neither am I an expert on it, but I'm certainly aware that there's a lot of work going on. Again, can I say good people doing good things? There's a lot of investment by a lot of people trying to see positive change, come of all of these things. And so my understanding is I'm certainly aware of some amazing things that are happening within the transition team, tri-service-wise. But her study, as I understand it, is about how do we actually build that, utilising resources from DVA. But a lot of it is about how do we help veterans so that when they transition, a lot of their compensation processes are actually already done. So rather than trying to shut the gate after the bull's bolted, it's about having it all ready, wrapped up and sorted out. And so it's a pilot program, as I understand it, and as many pilot programs are, I'm sure it's under-resourced. And if it's proven to be successful, and I can only suggest that I find it hard to believe it won't be, we need to try and find the money to make that happen, because an investment there will save us, many, many times over, trying to, get GPs like myself to then, to catch up.
And you referred to the enhancement to the Coordinated Veteran Care Program, so that it's been extended now beyond gold card holders to white card holders with accepted mental health conditions. I'm just again curious to hear your experience since that extension. How many people are taking that up, how it's working, and do you see potential for it to be extended beyond the mental health conditions to, say, for example, chronic pain?
It's gold. It gives a form of funding for general practice to provide a level of service that might not otherwise be financially able to do so. We utilise our funding to be able to assist us with the bulk billing care of family. So it will afford different things for different people. It's certainly easier to pick up on a gold card because they're a gold card. It's harder when you then have to try and work out on a white card who has a accepted medical condition as opposed to a non-liability accepted condition. There's been lots of talk, in fact, I'm aware of talk that occurred only in the last couple of days about whether or not one option to assist people in transition might be to extend the CVC program for a couple of years in the transition process to assist in that. So I think it's a tool that is underutilised and has great opportunity. Can I say anecdotally, one of my veteran who is having a birthday today, actually went through, there was a trial just recently, and it was for the CVC program around mental health, and they had an avatar that took people through a process. So they opened it up to white card holders to take them through this process of resourcing. And it was very good. But I remember this gentleman actually saying at the end he had a sense of loss, of grief, as he lost his avatar as the program come to an end and what have you. He created a relationship with this avatar and I'm missing them. So I think that, if you're wondering, is it successful? Absolutely, and I could give you lots of anecdotes where it is, and others where people go, oh, they don't understand it because the benefits actually happen around them without, true realisation of what actually occurs. But, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks for your evidence too, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
You spoke about the need to get a marker for veterans in the medical process and compared it to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander marker system. I take it you can access a veteran's medical records?
No, sir, I can't.
Is there any process you can take which will allow you to access them?
The
Or do you have
easy
to get
answer
them
is
from him?
yes. The easy answer is no. Some people come to me depending upon where they are in their transition process. So people like me would come with a handful document, or now it might come on a USB stick or what have you, and you go through each and every one of those documents. So it's not something that's correlated or integrates with the software. It's just a heap of PDFs that you would then troll through. Certainly veterans that are coming out nowadays come with that already.
And in the past, they've come with, as you said, a wad of documents.
Yes, and you have to actually apply to Defence to actually get that document, and so there's a timeline that comes with it. So certainly today it's much easier than, say, for argument's sake, an advocate who might then apply for that for the compensation pathway. Can I say that the electronic health record would be a great way forward on this?
Are you talking of the health record on MyGov or something like that?
Yes, yeah. But I've been involved in that over 15 years ago. I helped to go around Australia to help set up Aboriginal community control sectors in various places, make sure that their computer systems were up to date to be able to handle the process. And I would suggest that after 15 years, those computers need to be replaced, and I don't think they've been terribly well used for that process. So it's still evolving and it's problematic, and probably, notwithstanding what's happening at the moment with Medibank, and that certainly would highlight some of the problems. But an opportunity to utilise some system like that within Defence to make sure that when people came out, they had all of that stuff, that information was available, that would be gold, and it would allow portability that, as John Smith left the service and went to Broken Hill, for argument's sake, and then decided he really wanted to live in Nyngan, he could actually transfer, and all of that information would just seamlessly travel with him, and that in itself would be gold also, sir.
I suspect Commissioner Caldas will ask you this question. Anyway, it's something that's been exercising us a bit. But is there any particular marker that you would think would be more useful than another, like a service number or something like that?
I think the complexity of the system, I'd like to think I'm relatively well versed on this, but I only just realised just recently how extra complex it was. But if I can just quickly, your Medicare number and your DVA number, which I always thought was exclusive, that's what I tell people if I try and get out of doing extra work maybe, it's actually linked to an IHI number. And so there's actually a number over and above this. So I suppose to answer your question, that would be it. Can I also say that if we
Can
had
you
the...
explain IHI number too?
So an IHI number is a number that goes into the system. So an individual has this number and an organisation has their own number, and providers have their own number, and it allows the system to talk to itself. And so when I might make a claim through DVA, it actually utilises effectively the Medicare system because it goes through and utilises these IHI numbers behind the scenes. So it's all magic that happens with smokes and mirrors that I'm unaware of.
Thanks.
Can I just say too, sir, that when I was talking about the markers to be able to look at Indigenous and veterans, I think there's some great opportunities to show success in the system. If we were actually able to, at the moment we can draw out the data around the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders because of what we put in place some years ago. Should we be able to do that for veterans, we would be able to do something similar. But wouldn't it be magic if we could actually then draw upon, because then we would have both, draw upon our Indigenous veterans and actually show the strengths that maybe they were in fact living longer, that maybe they were living longer without the burden of disease from diabetes, heart disease, or if they weren't, maybe we could put other strategies in place to address that. And I think that would be a bit of gold as well. So,
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor. Just a couple of quick issues from me. You've sort of touched on these, but I'd just like to, if you can expand on them a little bit. And I think it was Commissioner Brown that touched on the issue of identifying markers for doctors who may be specialising in veteran affairs. We saw in the UK, they actually have a formalised, very structured accreditation process where doctors who are interested in practising with veterans go through a selection process, get accredited. They do some training, get accredited, and then they must keep up the accreditation, but they're allowed to display, in fact, a symbol that says that we are, we're accredited in dealing with veterans and so on. Through your leadership group and the military medicine groups and so on, has that model been discussed or looked at to implement here? Is it worthy of discussion?
I think it's crucial for discussion, sir. I think that it's a cornerstone for this. One of the things that we did discuss is maybe whether this could potentially even be linked to a reward by way of financial remuneration, that if you actually went through the training process at whatever level, maybe that would actually allow you to access a higher rebate. I think there needs to be something in it because some doctors don't have many veterans. Some don't have many veterans because they don't know, because the veterans don't identify, they don't ask the question.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. And some veterans, as you rightly say, they don't understand that they're veterans. I had a veteran come in who was a farmer down the road. He came in for a skin check and he left with a medal, a veteran recognition pin, and non-liability skin cancer cover for the rest of his life. If you're a veteran-centric practice, you know you can do this. The medicine that happens in other practices is absolutely magic, but you only know what you know. And I think the opportunity, as you rightly say, through this process to identify the opportunities that are at our disposal would enhance the system greatly.
Which brings me to the second topic in relation to remuneration. We have heard evidence, and from GPs in fact, that there is a difference and a marked difference in the rates of pay for veterans being paid or looked after by the DVA and the NDIS, for instance, scheme, which is higher. I'd like to get on the record your views in relation to that, because it is something we might look at. I can't understand why there is a discrepancy, but apparently there is, and it has been a disincentive for some GPs to delve into the veteran space or to continue in that space.
Absolutely. I have an OT that I spoke to only last week who is absolutely magic at what she does and what she's been able to achieve for the veterans that she's looked after, but she is now declining my referrals because it's just not an opportunity. So it's not that her business isn't sustainable. It's not allowed to flourish. She's entitled to have a successful business. But you rightly say, if she does NDIS, she can make money and keep her business afloat. But if she looks after veterans, she says, I feel good about it, but I'd have to shut my doors if I have too many of them. And I think that, there are opportunities. I think that, again, I have 2 veterans who are on NDIS packages that get considerable resources over and above Gold Card, one in particular that has early dementia. I think there are some great opportunities in being able to make sure that we're utilising all of the resources so that then the healthcare dollar actually extends to veterans and it doesn't have to come out of the veteran budget necessarily where they're entitled to other resources. I think that would be really useful. And can I say that, as I said before, this goes on a background at the moment of the $8 billion allegation of GPs rorting the system, which is absolute rubbish. But it goes on the background of that and the scaremongering that comes from that to actually encourage GPs not to bill appropriately. And then what we're doing, the contrast of that is that DVA are saying, but we've got all of these numbers and we want you to. And they do. we want you to build these numbers. The funding is there, the resources are there, but we're too scared to because of this other situation. So I think that, you know, there are some opportunities for GPs to fare much better. For argument's sake, there's an item number CP20 that I only found out about. Now, I've been doing veteran care for, primarily veteran care for well over 10 years now, and I only found out about it about 6 months ago, and it allows you to do a medication review in the rooms. I do them with every review. They're worth $110 thereabouts per year. So every one of my veteran patients can have one of these on top of many other resources that I've missed out on for 10 years. And I think we need to get better at actually saying, because if we could do that, maybe there is a model whereby veteran care would be more sustainable and rewarding financially, because there's a lot of resources you've got to put around, you know, the practice nurses and, you know, the practice managers, can I say so, underrated in this process. Without a good practice management to make sure that you're claiming all of the appropriate processes and things that are in place to, you know, to even support the CVC program, then there are missed opportunities. So again, if we can find ways to support the practice management team, and I know that they're quite keen, and they're keen to come onto our leadership group as well. But if we can do that, then that again, so there's some low-hanging fruit here. And there's an appetite at the moment. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that DVA is invested in this, and we are doing this behind the scenes, but COVID and the recent election has certainly slowed us up a bit, but we're certainly going to push this forward. But it'd be great if the Minister saw the importance of it as well.
Thank you. Just one final point, and Commissioner Douglas is right, I wasn't able to explore that. I fear we're at a point where the three of us are hanging out so often that we've begun to read each other's minds. But the IHI number that you mentioned, and I'm just keen to get your thoughts on the record, if I may. It's been brought to our attention by a number of people that they struggle. They have a serving number when they serve, then they have a DVA number, which is completely different, and then they have a Medicare number, which is again completely different. I wasn't aware of the IHI umbrella, but has it been expressed to you by some as a frustration having the three numbers? And there are those who said, why can't we just have the same number basically throughout our lives? Any thoughts?
I would agree. Most people wouldn't even know about their IHI. It sort of happens, you know, behind the scenes. It auto-populates if you're able to click on the software in the right place, as I understand it. So I don't think that it you know, intrudes upon that. My ability to do passwords would probably be, you know, intruded upon if I lost all those extra numbers to be able to come up with the passwords. Absolutely true. And with the DVA number, then if you move states, your prefixes change as well if the system sort of catches up on you. So if you're Victorian, New South Wales or Queenslander, the prefix changes with it as well. It would be great but I suppose that's the argument, I suppose, around something such as the Australia card.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for all you do. Yes.
Commissioner, I might have just three short questions arising.
Sure,
and
sure.
then Professor Murphy would like an opportunity briefly to reflect on his own personal experience and lived experience.
Certainly.
Professor Murphy, you had a discussion with Commissioner Brown concerning the topic of social prescribing. Might I just clarify that? Is social prescribing when a healthcare practitioner refers a patient to services in the community for their health and well-being?
Social prescribing is effectively, I mean, it's used by some practitioners, I suppose. I see some practitioners actually put it onto a script, onto like a medication script, and actually will prescribe something like 1 hour's exercise in the morning. It's about demedicalising the process so that we actually can show the importance of exercise and lifestyle, social and emotional well-being. You know, some might actually give it to a veteran to give to his wife to maybe excuse him from washing up or something because of his injuries, which I've certainly done in the past. But it's a unique way of actually you know, showing the importance to someone who actually is particularly invested in the medical model.
Thank you, Professor Murphy. You mentioned also veteran-centric practices. Do you know of many, in addition to your own?
course hours. I do know of a few, and I'm sure that there are many that I don't know of because they just get on with the business. And there's certainly one in Sydney that I'm aware of, Dr. Sam Hay, who's not on anyone's radar necessarily, but does amazing work, but just gets on with the business. So, you know, there are certainly those out there. We need to find out who they are, and we need to learn. We need to take the good and make sure we promote that, because there are certainly ways that I could do things better. There are different models. I mean, because I look after a different population to the guys at Go To Health that are different to the practice in Mackay that Dr. Kerry Summerscales is at. They're all different in their demographics, but we can all learn different things from one another to make sure we enhance it, and then we need to populate that somehow and communicate it to the rest of our colleagues.
Thank you. Professor Murphy, one last question. When it comes to software for GPs, do you think it would be of assistance to GPs if there were a field that allowed for a patient to be identified as a veteran?
Oh, absolutely. And there are multiple software packages, but there's essentially just a few, and I think there's an appetite and it's easy enough for those. There is certainly an evidence of a real estate issue on that. You know, so what you've got on your screen, so there's arguments about what they can put on that screen because everyone sees themselves as being important enough. And can I say that certainly within best practice, sorry, just make sure I got it right, best practice actually had one a few years back. And for some reason, and I am assuming it was about that real estate issue, it actually dropped off, but it was certainly there that you could tick a box to identify someone who was an ex-service person.
Thank you. And finally, Professor Murphy, might I provide you with an opportunity now to reflect on your own personal experience, something particular to you?
Thank you. Commissioners, I just want to say a degree of thank you. I mean, it's been a great honour to actually be here today. As a leading senior medic who joined the Navy at 15 and has not finished high school, and to progress through my career and through lots of mentors and important people that have taken and trusted in my experience and my character, I suppose, have given me a chance to now be a professor at 3 different universities and to have the opportunity to address you here today. And this is on the background of tomorrow being the 37th anniversary of a catastrophic accident that occurred aboard HMAS Stalwart off the coast here of Darwin, where 3 sailors passed away, one of whom was able seaman medic Ian McLaughlin, who was a very good friend of mine. And when we talk about family, joining the Navy at 15, and while I was a junior recruit, he had joined through Cerberus. We were part of a group of very close bonded friends, and I was injured, and so Ian was tasked with taking that deployment in due course. And so I've lived my life with some degree of survivor guilt as a result of him taking that task, even though I know he was very excited about the opportunity because sea postings were very rare at the time. And it was a catastrophic accident, and it's the basis for my own level of PTSD, I suppose, and lived experience. But I've found the opportunity very healing to actually be able to come here and have a voice, though it was 37 years later, to know that there are some very substantial progress being made in the system to support our veterans as we move forward. So I just wanted to make sure that I gave honour to his memory and to that terrible catastrophe and the 2 other sailors who passed away, but also to say thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubagoni.
Thank you, Commissioner Smart.
Thank you.
Professor Murphy be excused from his silence.
We'll just see if there's any other questions. Sorry. Yeah. Mr. Dighton, any other questions?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Ms. Chalmers? Okay, thank you. Mr. Fraser, any issues you wish to raise?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Professor, you can appreciate we probably haven't had as many good news or happy stories as we've had some sad ones. We're very happy to hear from you today. Thank you for your evidence and thank you for all you do. It's much appreciated. And you're excused from your summons to appear, obviously. Okay. Are there any other issues, Ms. Rubagotti?
No issues raising.
Okay. Well, if there isn't, we'll adjourn and we'll reconvene at, I think it's 10 a.m. on Monday. Tuesday. Okay. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All rise. Royal Commission is adjourned to 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 25th of October, 2022.